either one in case of emergency and go to the right or left and out the front or back doors. For those participating online, thank you for joining us. If you would like to be heard on during public comment or any agenda item tonight, just indicate your interest in the chat box. I will be monitoring that for folks interested in speaking. We will not be monitoring the chat box for content other than technical issues or requests to speak. Thank you.
Great, okay. Agenda review, are there any additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda items? Jesse?
So the city clerk has asked us to table item number 7, the selection of the city's top dog and first feline. She is at the hospital with a brand new grandson. So we will put this back on the agenda on April 18th.
Okay. Any other changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Art, you're not going to speak. Is there anyone online who would like to address the council? Okay, seeing none, and you haven't had anyone. All right, we'll move on to announcements and the city manager's report. Tom, do you have any announcements?
I'll just thank the chair and vice chair for speaking to Senate Transportation the last week on the Burlington International Airport. Your testimony was very well received and very articulate, so thank you.
You're so welcome. It was fun to do that for me, particularly. Megan?
Yeah, I'll say you're welcome as well. It was really, I thought, a very constructive hearing. So I do encourage the committee to move forward with the bill and take it to the full Senate. And thank you for your work on that, Senator Chittenden.
Okay, is that all? Okay.
Me, it is, yeah.
Matt?
Thank you.
And about WCAX?
I don't know if it's appropriate, and I'm sure it's been done already, but I just would like to note that last Wednesday, South Burlington resident, Sister Janice Ryan, passed away. And those who knew her or knew of her work understand what she meant to the state of Vermont. And she was a proud South Burlington resident, and she'll be missed.
Thank you. Tim?
Nothing to say, thank you.
Pardon me?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Well, that's good because I have a bunch of things. I've been kind of busy. So, first thing, the Climate Action Task Force met on the 30th, and
Should we do that under the committee reports?
yeah, I guess I can do that. All right. Well, then, one that isn't a committee. Jesse and I met with the school board leadership that we typically do once a month. It was a lot to report. Their charter committee appointments, they hope they'll get to them. We told them we'd like it to begin in May, and maybe it'll be on their next agenda. I couldn't
It's on their agenda. I don't know if they'll take it up.
Let's see, they talked about they're ready. I asked them in terms of, when we would like to, or Jesse went through when we would like the charter committee to report. So hopefully they'll be engaged and if they're interested in and let us know. Michelle Boyer is the lead for the superintendent search. So, I would just recommend if anyone has names besides Jesse to join that committee, to maybe give her a call and a recommendation. They haven't finalized whether they would like Jesse as part of that. I hope they do, because I see really positive things with that kind of integration. On the impact fee, they're still waiting for Jonathan's research. They noted that since there are already over 100 extra students in 2 of the elementary schools, they feel that it's more important than ever to get that kind of developed and to the council to potentially consider an education impact fee.
Say that again, Helen, I didn't follow.
They are working on coming up with a recommendation for an educational impact, or a school impact fee. And they're working with Jonathan, what's his last name?
Slayson?
I don't know, he's the only guy in the state apparently, where he does it.
Slayson from RSG.
Who only works on educational impact fees?
No,
No,
impact
all
fees.
Impact fees, okay.
So they're contracting with him or working with him to get information about that. But he hasn't come forward, hasn't finished his research yet. So they're not ready for
I
that.
see.
But they did acknowledge, since they have more than 100 over, over their capacity in 2 elementary schools, that the sooner they get that information and a resolution to the council, the better, because they believe they're going to be looking at expanding schools, or they'll need some of the money to collect to help moving forward.
It's a city-specific study that he's doing.
Yes, just for South Burlington, yeah.
Okay.
I asked about the bonding outlooks, and we told them we're going to have our potentially final TIF bonding question to the public for March, and then potentially the Bartlett Bay. This is no news to us.
And Tom will talk to you
And
about
Tom
that
will talk
tonight.
to us about that. And we encourage them to figure out where they are on their spectrum, so we can work together and not crush the public with, even though our TIF bonds doesn't cost the public money, it's difficult, I think, for the public to say, oh, we need, $5 million for this, for the TIF, and then we need X for 29 million or whatever it is for a new update to Bartlett Bay treatment, even though we have the money for it, and then the school comes forward with whatever they need. So it gets a little overwhelming. So we're hoping that they will come forward with a plan, but it probably won't be until 2024 is what they think.
Really?
They have an enrollment committee.
That's on the school buildings, 2024.
Yeah, so that their enrollment committee have met a couple times. They have, are working on coming up with some options and have developed a scoring rubric. And then they need to, once they have the options, develop a cost layer. So what do the different options cost? And then consider the timing. So they really didn't think they would have anything until 2024. And then on top of that is the uncertainty with the PCB testing with all the schools. They don't know the outcome for that, and that could be a whole nother challenge for education. So
Did they know when the results would be coming from that? Because that's been going on since at least a year, right?
yeah, I think that's coming soon, but they didn't give us a date. So I don't know if they know. I don't know. Does anyone, do you know, Tom?
So that's actually before the Senate Education Committee right now, and the state is actually asking for an extension. There are 412 public school buildings in the state, and based on when they were built and likelihood, 302 of those are identified as needing to be tested. Each test takes about 8 weeks and a certain amount of money, and there is concern that if we test them all right at the same time, A, we don't have enough resources to do so, and B, if all of those are determined to be very serious, what do we do? But the point I raise is if they're serious, we need to know as soon as possible. And so what we are pushing back on is I'm only going to support a delay or an extension as long as we have some prioritization so that we're focused on the schools of those 302 based on their construction time period and known materials, that we do those first and foremost, so that if we have to go slower in order to actually have the resources to do so. I don't know where Chamberlain falls on that prioritization list. That's something that we are asking for more details on and how they will go down the
So
list.
is it related to when they were built?
Because you were just talking about Chamberlain. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought-
I was too.
Yeah.
But is it the issue when they were built, and then if you know what materials were used?
And how much ventilation improvements have been done over the years.
Oh, so there's
yeah.
a bunch of criteria, okay.
I thought she said Chamberlain, all our schools. I didn't mean to.
I didn't hear Chamberlain from Helen, but I missed it.
No,
then.
no,
You
I
said it.
sort of
Okay.
said them around, okay.
All right. I'm just shifting gears here. Sorry.
And we talked about a steering committee, and we thought maybe late summer. as kind of an opportunity to welcome the new superintendent and meet with them and talk about, you know, his or her issues and our issues and how we want to work together. We thought that might be a good time for the steering committee. We also talked about the joint demographics that or demographer, I guess you pronounce it, that both the city and the school board would like to consolidate and work together. And they're developing, or no, we're developing the RFP, and they'll hopefully join us with that. And we talked about 3 sectors, sort of the priorities for the demographer, looking at ARPA, money decisions and how these two need to connect with the comp plan, and that the data that we identify could be really useful for that analysis. So I think both the school and the city need to identify what kinds of data that we want to gather to address really all of our questions. Is that fair to say?
What kind of questions, is this something that we as a council will work on, or?
So, the conversation we were having, very, very close to that is we're doing these 3 different planning efforts, the ARPA effort, rebuilding or updating the comprehensive plan, and doing the school planning. And so there are a number of data points that we would jointly like to collect and look at that would inform those 3 processes. So, for example, for the comp plan update, we're going to want to know a lot about housing trends, type of housing that's being built, type of housing that the market is demanding. And the school is very interested in that as well to help inform how the school demographics are growing. So while we're looking at it in this one place, let's use the same data to inform these other conversations.
So is the school going to hire a new demographer, or has that not been selected
No, I
yet?
think we're going to try to do it together.
But with a new consultant, or?
Well, we'd RFP it and see.
You did,
who would
okay,
get-
because they weren't very satisfied with their last one, I believe, right? So, because they
Right.
weren't satisfied with the data that they got, because it didn't match reality, right?
That's right.
So,
That's when Bridget,
yeah,
she like
Yeah.
shone like a star.
right. So,
Yeah.
it sounds like a good idea.
So anyway, so that's what we talked about. It was a long meeting. It was good, though. Yeah. We got through a lot. Let's see, what else did I do? Well, that's probably, I'll do the task force later, because I have a lot of information on that, too.
Well, it sounds like lots happening on the school board side, though. It's interesting work. Good.
Yeah, they're laying out the questions and what the challenges are. I think they're slowly stepping into this large bucket of work.
And with a new superintendent coming on, I mean, the timing has got to take that arrival into account and
Yes, it's very-
transition and.
Yeah, I think it'll be challenging for the new superintendent, but I also think that's what encourages a lot of really good candidates to apply, because that's what they want, is a challenge, or,
Like the library for our librarian.
yeah, exactly, or
City
Jesse
Hall
for
for
the
a
city,
superintendent.
yeah,
there
City
you
Hall for
go.
Jesse, you get them motivated and then they produce.
But it
so-
was off the ground when Jesse got hired, whereas
True,
the
true.
library was, yeah.
Okay,
City Center is still going.
yeah.
Very
exactly.
true, very true.
All right.
I'm done.
Thank you. I have a couple of updates tonight. I've been asked to talk a little about planning and zoning staffing. So a few months ago, Paul Connor, our planning and zoning director, and I started to talk about our staffing capacity in the department, really driven by three big motivations. One, we are working on several big projects that are going to require significant additional staffing capacity in the next, say, 3 to 24 months. Those being updating our permitting software, so we have a very transparent place to go and track permitting progress. to the development of the climate action plan and how we are going to implement that. 3, obviously the comprehensive plan update, and then a real interest through our planning process of increasing our public engagement and how we're bringing all South Burlington voices into that process. Based on that, we've started to engage our staff here as well as CCRPC to think about what's the best model of adding that staffing capacity. Is it a new staff person? Is it a consultant? Is it a team of consultants? We learned last week that CCRPC does not have the capacity to support us with additional staffing hours through their UPWP program. And then we also are anticipating at least 1 leave in that department in the next year. So we're trying to come up with some kind of midterm to long-term solutions here, and anticipate coming to you in the next month or so with a kind of mid-year budget request plan to do that. So more to come. Just wanted to preview that for you.
Do you have a question, Matt?
I'm sorry, I missed that last part about the staffer that left. Was that CCRP?
So we submitted a request to CCRPC through the UPWP program for general staffing support, and they are not able to fulfill that this year. Additionally, we have a staff in-house that will be on leave for some of this year.
I'm sorry, just drill down. Not able to do that because of they don't have the people, or they're dedicated elsewhere, or
The people they have are dedicated elsewhere.
Yeah, so-
Probably both. I mean, if they had lots more staff, they could probably do lots more things.
Can you remind us of how many people are in planning and zoning?
I would love to. So we have Paul, we have Kelsey, who's our city planner. We have Marla, who is our development review coordinator. We have Delilah, who's our ZA, and we have Betsy, who is the jack of all trades supporting that team. And they are doing a fantastic job, working incredibly hard on all of the really exciting priorities we are working on in the city.
And then I guess to some extent, Alana, who does the TIF, I mean, that's kind of city planning too, isn't it?
Yep.
So she offers a lot of support or leadership in that.
Yep. Yeah, she's doing
I mean, if
all
we
of the
didn't
city
have
center
her
stuff.
doing that, the planning department would do it.
Yes, that is true.
So she's kind of quasi-planning, I think.
Yep.
The leave you mentioned, is it a permanent departure or just they're stepping away for a few months?
Just a medical leave.
Can I just one last tag off of that? So Jesse does a fantastic job on the VLCT. And so I was on a call today. I don't know if I think you were on the call today. But the advocates that we have, we're all members of VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns. The advocates, Karen Horn and Quinn Zakoff, who do an amazing job. You know, I brought this question up, which is, what do other towns do? I mean, in any profession, right? We're all having trouble finding people. I don't know what it is, if it's just Vermont, if it's the Northeast, what it is, but car dealers to grocery clerks to planning and staff. And the same problem that is throughout the state. So that was good to recognize that we have what I would call a good problem, and that we have a great staff, great core staff, and we have an amazing response from those people that want to invest in our community. And that's fantastic. That's not so in other communities.
Yeah.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that we appropriately allocate resources, and that's what we depend on Jesse and the planning and zoning staff to do. And it's going to get even more complicated. There was just a purchase of the University Mall. If we want to transform that area, and I think we all do, that's going to take staff. And we want to make sure we're prepared. So
Yeah.
thank you for what you do.
Yeah, if I could just jump on there. The form-based code, which is going to govern the U-Mall site, was put in place in order to facilitate, and I truly, this is where, the rubber hits the road. It did with Market Street, but, U-Mall will also be kind of the testing ground for the form-based code, which my understanding, having been through that whole process with the consultant that took us through that form-based code, that this would really facilitate that process because it was predictable and therefore less negotiation with staff as opposed to, here are the rules.
Faster permitting?
Is that not something that,
Not what I'm hearing.
that's not what you're hearing,
And I
Matt?
think form-based code, it doesn't involve the DRB, so it does speed up that process where you don't involve the DRB, but it takes an enormous amount of staff time. and we need to support staff. And if doing so is thinking about not the taxpayers paying it, but the developers themselves paying fees, we choose the consultants, we choose the people that hire, but we have access to this resource, which is a willingness to invest in our community. We need to guide that in a way that is responsible, that builds the way we want to construct our community, but we can't do it if we don't have the staff, if we don't have that.
Is it more than prior to form-based code? I mean, this is really good for us to know, and maybe this is worthy of a separate conversation, but since you brought it up, I just was curious.
Well, you're going to come back with some proposals.
So maybe just keep that question tucked in your mind. I would be very curious to know, whether or not that theory is in practice true.
Tom?
Just two things on this. I love the idea of bringing this back because this is well worth our discussion. And I love that you're talking about the CCRPC. South Burlington will be the second largest city after Essex splits, and that's gone through the legislature. And there's so many economically viable and important pieces of South Burlington that the whole region should support. So I don't necessarily want South Burlington taxpayers, so I love that you're reaching out to CCRPC. We have the airport here, we have the U-Mall, so we need to find the resources to support the planning and zoning necessary to keep this economic engine driving. So I look forward to future discussion.
Yeah, and it's important for us to remember that the state's population is less than a major city, right? So when we think about, staffing needs, and reduplication is something that, has driven us to think about shared resources, right? Shared services for stormwater, for dispatch, and so I just want to echo that. Yeah.
I would just add to this, and this is only my first update, I have more, so brace yourselves.
Okay.
Just remind the council that you have reinvested in this team in the last year. I'm not saying we won't happily accept additional support for staffing, but this is a team that you also brought back a position for with ARPA dollars. So we have invested in this team in the last year, and we will continue to do so because, this community has very high ambitions for ourselves, and we, to your point, Councilor Cota, need the staff to make that vision happen. So more to come. That's where we are right now. A question came up at a recent legislative forum about public waste receptacles along Williston Road, Dorset Street, and Market Street. Historically, we have not had those because of the lack of staffing to pick up that refuse on a daily basis. However, we are working with Chittenden County Solid Waste to get outdoor receptacles here on Market Street at 180 that our building staff can maintain. So more to come on that, and Tom's been working on that in partnership with CSWD. Just a quick heads up to the council, and again, more to come on this. As you know, we are transitioning to Office 365 for the security and resiliency features that brings. IT is rolling that out, actually started last week. That will change how anybody with an @southburlingtonvt.gov or sburl.com email address interacts with their email. You will be required to do multi-factor authentication. So heads up to the council that at one of your meetings in May, our IT director will be here to walk through how to do that. He will also do that with the DRB and Planning Commission. Public Works staff is also, as you know, we have some of our rapid flashing beacons, the cross signals. The hardware in those was fairly outdated, so we have started replacing those throughout the city. So far, we've done the crosswalks on Dorset Street with Spear Street next. It takes about a full day to replace one of the hardware for one of those systems, so we will, as schedules allow, get out to the rest of the city.
I noticed it coming here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's very bright.
It's very bright.
And I'm blinded still.
Wear sunglasses.
But the pedestrian's safe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You did stop.
Yeah.
You were blinded and stopped.
Tom has also put up the paving list for this year on the city's website. If folks would like to go check that out, just for those on the call now, for the spring and early summer list, we will be paving Gregory Drive, the entire length from Kimball Ave to Williston Road, Swift Street from Spear to Dorset, Mountain View Boulevard for the entire road length from National Guard Ave to Country Club Drive, Victoria Drive from Helen Ave to 38 Victoria, and Whiteface Street, the entire road length from Marcy to Butler. For the fall list, we will be doing Dorset from Garden Street to Aspen Drive. Pending your approval and VTrans action, on a consent agenda item. If we do get a grant for Dorset Street, that list may change with additional funds brought into that budget.
Let's cross our fingers.
And then just to end on some fun notes, there's a community hike this Saturday at Wheeler with Ethan Taper, who's the Chittenden County Forester. So if folks are interested in that, they can sign up online. Summer camp signups are open online. And we are also working on a new series of after-hours adult classes, fitness classes at the Senior Center. So keep your eyes out for those as well.
Can I, yeah, like I said, when I come in here, I have to change this. I had two announcements. I went to Jason Chin's talk about him as an illustrator, and he signed copies of his books. And I just wanted to say that the library's event was just lovely. It was, I thought, a really good coordination with the what is it, the Flying Pig bookstore, and he did a fabulous job. I can't say how positive his message was to all of those young people, aspiring artists, and the public asked really good questions. I just also wanted to talk about, the messages that we received from our police chief in response to the incident on Williston Road, which hits very close to home for me, since I'm often on that road. And I thought it was important just to repeat to the public what he wrote in his response to my query about, is this an outlier? And tell me more about the self-defense classes that, the police might be offering. It's an outlier, but we must not be complacent, right? We have to follow up and really, thank goodness it's they, will be following up and really solving this crime. But also that the staffing levels in our police force are not allowing them to offer the self-defense classes. So I just wanted that to be known to the public, that they are doing an amazing job with 28 officers, which is below the staffing levels that they need. And they've had to, of course, cut these frills, which I think, when I unfortunately had to share with my daughter why we had to be careful going to the library on Saturday with Jason Chin, she said, well, Mom, they must teach us how to protect ourselves. And she's 11 years old, right? So she's already aware as an 11-year-old about what, the police can do. And these aren't frills. These are things that I think really serve the public and make the police force an integral, part of our community. And I just wanted to state this, that just that thought went out of my head, but all right, I'm sorry.
come back.
It will come back
At
to
least
me,
usually
and
it
I'm
does with
sorry.
me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but, oh, yes, that what he said in his response was specifically that she made noise, and she struggled to free herself. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, and so even though he couldn't say, here's the training time, come and join us, I thought he gave in his response really key steps that she took, this victim, in order to bring attention to what was going on. And so I wanted to say that in the public, that she made noise and she struggled to get free, and the witnesses were there, and therefore, and she threw her keys, saying, if you want my car, take the keys, take the car. And instead of taking the car, he fled on foot. He panicked because she made that noise. And so I just thought that was a public service announcement that shouldn't just remain in our inboxes, that should be put out there on the airwaves. And thank you. It's been an amazing 2 weeks for me. So I thank you for your patience as my brain kind of kicks in here at 7 o'clock on Monday night.
Brains go. I just remembered I had that I wanted to report on. I had a wonderful, probably 45-minute conversation with Andrew Hayes, who is the project director for the they're changing the name. They haven't gotten the name yet, but what is, we know as U-Mall will at some point have a new name, I trust. But it was wonderful to, he was very candid. I think he answered a lot of good questions of mine. Or at least I thought they were good questions. The questions of mine, whether they're good or not, I don't know. But I'm excited about the future and the possibilities, and I'm very impressed with his willingness to really reach out and answer questions and describe sort of what they are thinking about doing without, to the extent that they can. So it seems like they'll be great partners.
I agree.
Okay. Is that it? All right. That was a lot of updating.
It's been a busy 2 weeks.
It has been.
That's three.
Item 6 is the consent agenda. We have 4 items: the disbursements, minutes from February 22nd, March 3rd, and March 21st, as well as a steering committee minutes from February 28th. Approval of a grant application requested by the Natural Resources and Conservation Committee to submit an Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant. And then finally, to approve the V-Trans grant application for the paving of Dorset Street that Jesse mentioned. So I'd entertain a motion to
So-
approve.
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Tim.
concerning the paving of Dorset Street, I think everybody recognizes that between Kennedy Drive and Aspen Drive is just as bad as between Aspen Drive and Garden Street. So the question is, why aren't we doing the whole thing? We just don't have the money this year?
Right.
That's what it is?
Yes.
Okay. So then the question is, what resources do we have to take care of the unpaved portion? Because it's starting to delaminate itself, and there are some large potholes near the high school, and, I mean, we can get by, but it's, you know, they've taken the gutters, right, the gullies, and they filled those in a couple years ago. They haven't been plowed out yet, but, oh, somebody's coming
Have
up
someone
closer.
who might be able to address that.
Director here.
Like to, yeah, have a
So I mean,
seat.
that's a
Either way,
heavily,
it doesn't matter.
heavily traveled section, and it's there's a lot of people avoiding a lot of holes between Kennedy and Aspen right now.
So
So-
Tom,
So
just make sure
Tom-
the light's on.
Yeah, is the light on in the,
Green light, yeah.
okay, and
Light.
just please, identify yourself for the public.
Yeah, who are you?
I'm
Who
Tom
are you?
DePietro. I'm your newish Director
right.
of Public Works. The Dorset Street paving though, so that's in the FY23 budget. It uses all of the paving budget available, and then striping as well is included there. So, and then with the set aside, the $30,000 I think we set aside for rec path paving, it's used up. So that's the big reason. As far as resources go, we've got our normal resources to patch potholes, and the highway crew will be out. But yeah, it's no better or worse. It's just had to get broken up in phases for budget reasons.
I figured that's what it was. I just wanted to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the state has a budget too, right? That's not an unending pot of money either. Darn it. Okay, thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
See you
Are you
later.
ready for the vote? Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 5-0. We tabled number 7, so we'll go on to item 8, which is considering approval of a resolution condemning the invasion of Ukraine by the city council, and you were sent this afternoon a hopefully final draft.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. So I would, I guess, ask for a motion to approve this final draft.
Well, first, can we, I just make a couple of
Or do you
quick
want to make some
comments?
comments
Yeah, I don't
first?
want to
All
go
right.
into
Well, we
great
would
detail
always
here.
discuss it, but we would have,
But what's amazing is that, you know, in the 2 weeks that since we last discussed this, right, the situation in Ukraine has only gotten worse. And I don't think anybody can argue with me about that. And just as I think a lot of people predicted, you know, the atrocities have started. I think that we're really seeing, apart from the fact that there was an invasion in the first place, and and complete destruction of infrastructure and people's homes. Above and beyond that, they're seeing indiscriminate killing of civilians now. Bodies left in the street, bodies left in mass graves. I can't say how strongly that this, I think, has affected, every democratic country in the world and others as well in their opinion of Russia and its president right now. And I think that a lot of people are at a complete loss for how NATO should respond and how the U.S. should respond and how all the other countries should respond. But I think that the ball is starting to roll, and hopefully it will get rolling hard. So this resolution is a drop in the bucket, but it at least expresses our sincere solidarity with the people of Ukraine, the soldiers in Ukraine, right? Ukrainians living abroad, right? In how they protect or attempt to protect their democracy and their borders against an invading force. So I hope that we can have a discussion and come to some agreement tonight, because Meg and I went back several times and made some small changes, and so.
I want to thank Tim for being open to the changes that I and Helen discussed. And I want to thank him for bringing this forward. I was reticent because as someone who in my research, I specialize in wars. War is war. And so why speak on this one war? And I want to thank Helen Reilly, who said, because democracy is at stake. And that struck me as the reason why we have to move forward with this resolution, which, as I said at the last meeting, is the first resolution or action that I'll be taking as a city councilor in response to a war. And usually city councils, unless you live in a war-torn country, don't have to deal with this topic, unless, of course, you have servicemen and women who are needing to leave your town or city. So I just want to thank you both because I think it is an important resolution. And I particularly thank you for including the therefore clause where we ask for us to provide what is necessary for them to increase their capabilities for self-defense, because I truly do see and hear resonances with World War II in what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. Russia was a player in World War II. Ethnic, kind of nationalistic sentiment is also very much, at play here, and we see the attack on national identity, in the attack on cultural institutions, and in addition to civilians and innocent victims who are horrifically being murdered. This is something that I've studied in detail. I've got many pages on it, and so I thank you for bearing with me, because it's something that means a great deal to me, just given what I've worked on. So thank you very much for being a really good listener and for being open. And I do hope that this is heard in Washington as well as in Kiev, when I hope they receive it, that they know that we support them and we stand with them. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? All right, are you ready to approve the one that's not in our packet? It's very close to the one in our packet, but was sent out at the end of, or mid-afternoon. We ready for that vote? All right, all in favor of approval?
I don't think we have a motion yet. I'll move to
Oh,
approve.
I'm sorry, that's
Go
right,
ahead and
excuse
move.
me.
Go ahead and move it.
You moved? Oh,
No, go ahead and move it.
I'll
move it.
move that we approve the resolution.
In a second?
Second.
Okay, ready for the vote now? Okay, all those in favor of approving this slightly revised resolution, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that's 5-0. Well, thank you both for all your work, I think.
And thank you, Helen.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks.
It took a team.
Yep, Okay, item 9, we're going to receive a presentation on a declaration of inclusion and consider adoption. And Andrew, you put it in our packet.
Yeah. Good evening, Council. So I see Bob. It looks like you're online. Is Al is also joining you? I understand.
Yes, he is. I expect him momentarily.
Yeah, we're a little ahead of schedule, which is
All right.
very rarely the case, Robert.
Yeah.
Am I? Is my audio on?
It is.
Yes, it is. And just a second, Bob, just by way of table setting. So Bob Harnish from Pittsford and Al Wakefield of Mendon approached Jesse and I think they had discussions with a few other community members over the past several months. This is an initiative that started back in January of 2021. And they've been going around to different municipalities and asking if they will kind of sign on board with this resolution that they drafted. There is a copy of the declaration, in your packets. I think with that, Bob, if you want to kind of outline a little bit more of your history and where this request is stemming from. I think from a management team level, we've, as I identified in the memo, have started to have this discussion with staff and have had some good kind of introductory discussions there, along with a lot of work that's sort of already being done. And our overall recommendation stemming from this discussion is we'd love council to have an opportunity to weigh in and maybe give us some feedback on sort of big picture priorities and goals and things you might like to see in a final declaration that's a bit tailored to South Burlington. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Well, I was going to start first anyway, so hopefully Al will come on by the time I'm finished. Yes, thank you, Andrew, for making time on the agenda. I much appreciated with a large town like South Burlington, and I'm delighted to know that you already have, I believe, an equity committee or something similar to that. And that's a great way to start. Yeah, I'll be here. My name is Bob Harnish, as Andrew said, with my colleague Al Wakefield. I came here in '64. Al's been here for 30 or 40 years as a businessman. Both of us were, and I was in the hospitality business, associated mostly with the Killington ski area. And Al came to buy a restaurant, but decided that wasn't for him. But he then he decided to reopen his executive search business, which is Wakefield Global, and brought many dollars to the state of Vermont. So why are we here? Our goal is to have Vermont become known as the great place to live and raise a family, to bring your skills and maybe make your mark. There's a great restaurateur in Rutland, a black man who bought a beautiful establishment and made it into the best restaurant in town. And Ernie Royal was his name. He was on the board of the National Restaurant Association and on the board of the American Culinary Institute. So, and it was Ernie who said, bring what you know and make it and suit it to the Vermont environment. And so that's what Al did, and that's what I did. And I know many others can do it as well. We hope to make this statement to the world by asking every town to adopt a declaration of inclusion, and then to implement it. Well, what is a declaration of inclusion? Well, briefly, it is the act of a city or town to express its desire to be open and welcoming to all people. And so more specifically, for a town to make a statement condemning discrimination against any and all minorities or people of disparaged groups, and to welcome these groups into their town. The Declaration of Inclusion that we suggest is in the packet that Andrew distributed to you. And that many of the towns, of the 42 towns or approximately that have adopted a Declaration of Inclusion, have used our recommended wording, but some towns have started from scratch and done their own. Some towns have taken our declaration and modified it slightly, but that's fine with us as long as the concept and the intent are intact. So our senses have been sharpened by images around the world at the death of Congressman John Lewis a couple of years ago, and along with his work in civil rights. And we begin to realize that this country has been trying to come to grips with equal rights for over 200 years, and we're not there quite yet. Even so, the USA is the most diverse country, but still many classes are subjugated, and yet, and even so, we're the most economically successful. With increasing equality, the United States will be even more successful. And of course, we just have to look right here at Chittenden County, the most diverse county in Vermont, and by far the most dynamic economy in Vermont. And I don't believe that that's a coincidence. I first learned of the Declaration of Inclusion from my cousin, who was chair of the select board in Franklin, Vermont. And we were having lunch a year or so ago, and he told me that his board had just adopted a Declaration of Inclusion. And I said, what is it? And he gave me a sample, which we basically have kept intact, slightly modified, as you will find it in our packet. Franklin may have done it for moral reasons, but there is an equally compelling economic reason as well. And towns want to be economically successful. So we think it's the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. Well, just look at the results of the 2020 census. It shows Vermont having grown barely 2% in 10 years. And in fact, some counties like our own Rutland County down here actually lost population. So it's rather a frightening prospect when you think about a state like Vermont barely maintaining population, and the population that's here is an aging population by and large. So that does not bode well for the future finances of the state, for maintaining infrastructure and services. We need people in this state. And I was happy to hear just yesterday on the Vermont News that there's an effort to keep graduating college kids here in Vermont after they graduate, and that would be an excellent move if that can be achieved. So I would be turning it over to Al at this point if he's with us, but I'm not hearing a sound from Al, so I guess he isn't.
So Robert, if I can interrupt you for a minute, we do have two folks on the line who are just on the phone and listed as callers. If one of those is Al, he can press *6 to unmute.
Uh-huh. He normally comes on with his computer, so he'd be visual as well.
Maybe it's because we're early.
Yeah, perhaps,
Yeah, we're
but
still 8 minutes ahead of schedule.
I did tell him 7:15
Oh, well.
would be the proper time
Sometimes
to
it-
come on board. And that was Andrew's recommendation. So I can continue a bit, or I can answer some questions.
Well, maybe it would be nice to hear Al. So let's, if there's questions by council members, well, we have those, and then maybe Al will join us and be able to add to the conversation. So, Megan, Emery?
Yeah, the Declaration of Inclusion, you would recommend that it be visible where? In all of our documents, in certain locations? Would it
Yeah,
be something that would be front and center, I would imagine, as policy is being proposed and of course, conceived of?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, I know here in our town of Pittsford, the town manager put it right on the website and in a very visible place, and that we certainly appreciated, and it's available, framed in the library. So those are two quick and easy ways to start. Another would be if a town hasn't done this, to activate an equity and inclusion or and a diversity committee which probably would be handy for the city council to look to implement the declaration.
In what ways, Mr. Harnish?
Well, yeah, well, again, we have an implementation guideline which is available. So some towns, I think Middlebury, for example, started by hiring a company to a consultant, perhaps is the right term, to conduct a implicit bias training for the staff, and that was in 2 or 3 different sessions. But I see Al has joined us. Al, can you hear us?
There he is.
Al, it looks like you're muted.
Yep, I think I'm on now, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yep.
Yeah, Al, I have finished my portion of the presentation, so perhaps you could pick it up.
Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly where you stopped, but since we've done this Al and Bob show, before, perhaps just pick it right up. We've been at this for about a year now, and over that year, we've managed to have 40 towns and cities adopt. I presume I'm right where it should be, Bob.
Yes.
And that includes not only those 40 towns and cities, but the governor, of course, has issued a proclamation and has designated, actually 2 proclamations, designated the second week in May as Inclusion Week, and working with the governor now, working with his office to decide what kind of activities will occur during that, during Inclusion Week. But we feel good about where we are. Obviously, a long way to go. Most towns have adopted the declaration as we suggested to them. Some have amended those and revised the description to the declaration rather to be more applicable to and pertinent to their own unique communities. And we've said go ahead and do that as long as the spirit and the intent of the declaration is maintained, is preserved.
Whoops.
Hello?
Yeah, you muted out there for a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. Hopefully I'm still here. You hearing me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we
yeah,
are.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I apologize for being late. I spilled a cup of coffee all over my keyboard, and that's what happens.
I'm glad it still works.
Works. Yeah, this mouse is it's a strange little instrument, but it's working. And so, as I said, we're working with the governor to decide, the governor's office to decide what happens during Inclusion Week. We've been very, I suppose, honored is the word, to be supported by the Vermont cities and towns that have adopted. The staff has adopted a Declaration of Inclusion. The NAACP has helped us along. The Vermont Chamber of Commerce has been very, very helpful. In fact, they furnished the website on which the Declaration of Inclusion appears. You might have had an opportunity to take a look at that. And we're forming a new relationship with the Vermont Interfaith Action Group. And our hope is that with them, we'll be able to move the message along across the state at a faster clip. As Bob probably said to you, our vision is that all 251 towns will have adopted the declaration, and that Vermont will become known as the most inclusive state in the country. That's a slow process, as you can well imagine. 40 in the first year, that means 60 years or so rather to get this accomplished. We want to get accomplished sooner than that. So hopefully our relationships with these organizations, and as I said more recently with the Interfaith Action Group, will help to move that along. So I'm not sure what else I should say at this point, but to let you answer, rather ask any questions. Bob, coming in at the middle, is there anything more I should hit before we turn it over?
No, we got to one question just before you came on, and otherwise, yeah, I think you filled in nicely, Al.
Okay.
I'm glad that the interfaith is involved. That's good to hear.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, the faith community is really, really important. And while we've been, to some extent successful with towns and cities, they cover, school boards, corporations, and other organizations as well. Our primary objective and thrust has been to get this through towns and cities. That's a big enough challenge as it is. But we think having them as partners will be a great asset.
May I ask, have you worked with any school boards in adopting a similar kind of statement? Or
We
have you
have not,
focused
no.
just on town government?
It's been the state and the towns.
Okay.
We do know of some school boards that have adopted a declaration of inclusion. Springfield, for one, and I know there are others, but
Is it the same
don't
as the town government? I'm just curious because we have some, is it called the diversity
Equity?
leader in the school?
Or equity?
Equity
Or
director,
equity.
which they're.
Equity officer?
Equity officer that has been hired, and so the school is become active in this, and I'm just curious if Springfield has the same language for both the school and the city government, if you know.
I think it's a little different, but, and I may have a copy of it somewhere. If I do, I'll send it up to Andrew.
Okay, that would be, I would like to see that. Are there other
Okay.
questions?
I really like the statement. I think it's simple and it captures really the essence of what we have to do to be a free and inclusive and integrated society that affirms everyone that chooses to live here and visits us, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I really like it.
Other thoughts?
Thank you.
Oh.
Nice to hear that.
there are two pieces to that declaration. The first part being adoption, the second part being implementation.
Right. That's what I was gonna bring up.
To some extent, as we think about what some towns have done, they spent a lot of time on wordsmithing, and not that many, quite honestly, but spent a lot of time on wordsmithing, what the adoption piece of it should look like, and really where the emphasis after you've passed it needs to be on the implementation. What are you going to do about it once you've said yes? Words are one thing, as Bob will say, teeth are another thing, and the implementation part is really the teeth part. How do you get stuff done? How do you bring about real change in your communities?
Exactly. That was going to be my next question. But, I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, I would support adopting this, but I think, as you point out, the real work is the implementation, the education and implementation, and you know, generating the support across city government, potentially the school, and then really aligning it with the values and goals of the community in a way that you can measure or you can see change, and not just have a statement that's posted nicely framed in the library or our new city hall, but really, I mean, we would do that, but that's, to me, just the beginning of the conversation. It's the statement that the council agrees with this, believes that this is appropriate action, and then we got to make sure we do something, and the conversation continues, and the real work.
Yes, we would recommend, you know, that the schools be challenged to build it into the curriculum in some way. You know, art, poetry, drama. There are many ways to do that, and the libraries too can perhaps put together a lecture series or a lecture and discussion series. So, as you say, there are many things that can be done and should be done.
Right. Well, we have a brand-new library that lends itself, I think, to this kind of outreach and provides a really nice facility to promote that kind of dialogue.
Excellent.
It's, if I could, it sounded from what your first response to my question about implementation, Mr. Harnish, was first train staff in terms of the implicit bias training that you were talking about. Is that the first step that you would see? I didn't see the necessarily guidelines for an implementation plan unless you can point it out to me. I mean, I see goals here, right, and thoughts.
It's a separate document, and
Okay.
I thought I had sent it up to Andrew, but if not, I certainly can tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, it's probably on your website. I did not, I have to admit, I apologize, go to your website prior to this meeting. I mean, I read all this stuff, but I assume it's on your website? Your training, or is that a different document?
It's brand new, and it should be on the website up, but I'm not sure it is.
Okay, well, if you send it to Andrew, we'll get it.
Yep, I'll
Okay.
forward along, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll eventually be on the website. It's designed to go on the website. We just haven't gotten it on
Okay.
there yet, but it's a full page and a few more items on another page to help you get started.
Okay, well, we have to change the language a little bit since we're not a town, but we're a city. And we're a city council, not a select board, but other than that, I think we can,
Right.
if the council is
I
amenable,
might-
we can adopt this language.
Do we need
Good.
a
Okay.
motion to do that? You're going to bring it?
Well, they'll bring it
Okay.
back to us, I think,
Yeah.
filled in with, is that correct?
Yes, yep, that was the plan.
And
We'll-
then we
we'll tailor
can,
it and provide a recommendation. Come back.
Set aside some time to really think about implementation and certainly support the work you've been already doing with the staff, and then, of course, we have all our committees. You know, we have a lot of public members who are involved in city government in South Burlington. Lots of committees and lots of very active members.
Wonderful.
Just-
Al, I think you know something about the Vermont Community Foundation having a new fund that could make grants to cities or towns that may be slightly cash strapped. Although maybe nobody's cash strapped in this era of COVID money, but I believe I understand that someone has started a fund which is designed to provide money for towns to implement the Declaration of Inclusion.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that goes, Bob. We've been asked to render some insights and comments into that by the Vermont Community Foundation. I'm sorry, by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and I'm not sure what form and what shape that will take, but I think the number that they mentioned to me was somewhere around $10,000 or so, which may or may not be enough to do what needs to be done, but that's a start.
That would be the average amount of a grant, you mean?
That's all I know, Bob. I don't know more about it than that.
Well, we can follow
Yeah,
up
so-
with them. They have a good website.
Yep,
Good
that's right.
outreach. Tim, you, I think, had a question or a comment?
No, I think this is great, and, I support it fully. I've just thinking off the top of my head, it's like, we have a Pledge of Allegiance we say to the flag, right, at the beginning of every meeting, right? And even though these words, if we were to, like, put it in, in the front of the annual budget, put it at the, the top of a page of some document, right? It's like you have to say these words repeatedly, in some form of a pledge of inclusion, right? To really have it sink in so that people understand what it is that we really mean. So, because it's great that we're going to look at ways to have this, declaration sort of like permeate through the town. But I just keep thinking how it's like, we have a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. We should have a Pledge of Inclusion to the city as well. Just as an aspiration, I don't think we can do that, but that's the kind of sentiment I think that, that we should have, because you got to speak these words often in order for it to really take hold, I think, so.
No, you're absolutely right. Everyone's, because we've talked about this so many times, we've started to refer to it as the DOI. And I think I've just said, I don't want to refer to it that way. I think Declaration of Inclusion, because it forces me and it forces the rest of us to think about, what that really means. We've had conversation about BIPOC. What does BIPOC means? It becomes a synonym for meaning almost nothing. Who are we really talking about? So I urge, even without a little group of three, to talk about the Declaration of Inclusion. And it obviously has a moral aspect to it, but also has an economic aspect, which Bob probably mentioned to you, and that is with Vermont's population aging, Bob and I excluded, but with leaving the state, with the state having a greater need for people, as the governor said in his State of the State message, and as Betsy Bishop said in her Vermont Chamber of Commerce beginning of the year message, the state has a need for people. And the only way you get people, diverse people in the state, which has to be a part of what has to happen, is by ensuring that every message that goes out says that we're welcoming, our doors are open, we need people, we want people to come here, bring their talents, bring their skills, bring their families, set up shop here, rather, because it's a great place to live. I've been here hard to believe, 32 years or so. I'm originally from New York City.
33.
Right. Lived around the country, traveled fairly extensively, and given a choice as a place to live, and I guess I still have that choice. I'm right here in Vermont because I want to be. I think Vermont's got a long way to go, but in terms of being a place where people can achieve their goals and can raise happy families and also survive economically, I think Vermont's in a very competitive position, but it needs to continue to improve that because every state in the country has a need for people. There are jobs that are going without people. There are companies that want to relocate, but they can't find people. So I think our message is very strong. And as I've said, I think if I were the governor, every time I open my mouth, I would say that because I think inclusion really is the umbrella for almost everything else in terms of economic development that occurs.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I want to
Wrap it up.
make it, well, not wrap it up, well, kind of. I want to suggest the next step for us.
Okay. Just the word inclusion, is that something that we could potentially change to, for example, welcome? The reason I ask is I was listening to a report on this topic, but with regard to eating disorders. It was on PBS NewsHour. And a woman of Hispanic background said that inclusion to her means that someone who does not normally belong in the group is included in the group. And she preferred the word affirmation. And that made me think, because I teach these kinds of things myself, about the word inclusion. Does it mean that, it's in fact people from the outside coming in? And is that what we intend, as you said, to do, in fact, bring people from outside of the state to come into us? And I don't know if there is a connotation there that we should be aware of. That's why the word welcome came to mind, declaration of welcome, which is something that, Al, you said several times when you were talking just 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. I think welcoming is a part of it. I would have to think greatly about that. I don't know. As I go back to, you can wordsmith and change the words, but what do you really mean? You're really talking about bringing people into the state, making them feel comfortable while they're here. Belonging has been used by some people, making them feel involved to the extent they want to be involved in the community. It's one thing to welcome them here. It's another thing to retain them here. There's a fellow who happens to be African-American. He's an officer, well, he's a vice president at one of the major hospitals in Vermont. And he's a guy pretty well traveled. He came here, and inside of 6 months, he was ready to leave because he could not, whatever his strengths and weaknesses were in terms of meeting people, but he felt he could not meet people, and he just didn't feel like he belonged here, and he wanted to meet more people of color, and there were no people of color that he met. Finally, subsequently, things happened. He met folks, and he's now feeling very comfortable, at least more comfortable than he was, in the first 6 months or so. So I don't know. I haven't thought very much about affirmative affirmation. I go back to my corporate days, back when I was in office with a very, very large company. There was affirmative action, and we moved away from affirmative action to a whole lot of other words. So that bears a lot of thinking about. But as I said, as Bob and I've said, it's a spirit, maintaining the spirit and the intent that really is really, really important. You're probably going to have to explain, and that's not a bad idea, to everybody what you really mean. It gives you an opportunity to really talk about what you really mean.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I also believe that this is really important for the people who already live in Vermont, have decided they do want to live here, but may not feel included. So I appreciate the focus, or part of the issue being we want to be open and welcoming so more people will move to Vermont and immediately feel connected and appreciated. But I also think that's a challenge and an issue with our current populations, and that's sort of that would be the initial practice of this, if you will, with our staff and our committees and ourselves, is making sure that the public we serve all feel included. And then a side effect potentially is that other people see that and see Vermont as a welcoming state and move here and choose to add their brains and talents to our state. So I think it's a little bit of both. I was going to suggest that the staff is having another meeting on the 6th to sort of continue their conversation. I would suggest that we not necessarily adopt this tonight, but that Jesse or the administration come back with using this as the template, but just change it so it's South Burlington, the city of, and maybe not wordsmithing anything, but then at the same time, perhaps be able to report to us some of the initial steps. Funding, maybe we can look into getting some funding to really do the training that we probably all need. And I also think, in addition, it would be important to connect with the superintendent and see if the school board or the schools have adopted anything that's similar, so we can be working together. And if not, maybe they can invite you to their school board meeting to provide the same kind of presentation, or we can provide it to them as an option to join with us. So does that sound like
We're
a
available.
logical next step? And we
Yep.
could be ready for the next council meeting, which is, today's the 4th, the 18th. Is that amenable to everyone?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time, sharing this, and please do send that outline of implementation to Andrew so we can look at that as well and do something with this.
We will follow up with Andrew, and thank you so much for the time and for your excellent questions.
Great, well, I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, we're a little bit ahead, but we have some candidates that we can start to interview. Let me get,
Can I do
yes, I'm
just a
sorry.
couple table setting things here.
Yeah.
So tonight, I left a little cheat sheet at all of your tables about the applicants that are before us tonight. We have one opening for DRB, one for Planning Commission, and one for the Public Art Committee. So I suggest you interview them in public session, then there's an executive session warned for the end of the meeting. And we would like you, if possible, to come out of executive session and vote at the end of the meeting, as we are having some quorum challenges.
you answered my question.
Okay. So just a reminder, specifically for the DRB interviews, that is a regulatory body that has active cases. A member voted in tonight would attend their next meeting. So you should not ask them about any active cases before the DRB, otherwise they will be disqualified from those conversations.
And their next meeting is tomorrow, isn't it? Or
Their
is it
next meeting
Thursday?
is
The DRB meets
tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yep.
So I guess it would be important to make that, would they start tomorrow?
they could, although we will also do some orientation for
Okay.
whoever's appointed, so they may choose to start the next meeting.
Okay.
The parentheses indicate their first choice, is that what that is? Or-
No, just what other commissions or committees they've applied for. It's on their
Oh,
application, which
That
is
they have,
first. and
okay,
second.
okay.
Okay.
And there are two names here that we don't have in our box, right?
We do
Should
now.
all be in the box. 2 came in over the weekend and were added.
Oh,
They
I
should-
didn't
Ryan and
resync.
they didn't get into the box till right before we started the meeting, or at least I couldn't bring them up.
All right.
I do have a question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just to confirm, so one vacancy each, but these are vacancies caused by someone resigning.
Correct.
We will
Yes.
do the regular terms in July,
In June,
or
yes.
the
Yeah.
re-election or reappointments,
So
or,
this appointment will be to complete the empty seat.
thank you.
Yep, exactly.
And do you know exactly what that is? I don't know if all the candidates know if it's a 1 year or 2 years left, or
I can look that up as you're going.
Or 2 months.
might be good for them to know. Okay. And, well, shall we start with the DRB, go down our little cheat sheet? I do have a few comments around the Planning Commission that I had a good conversation with Jessica Luisos. And in the past, like when we normally do it in June, the committees will often identify for us what are some of the skill sets or what they're looking for, what they need to kind of round out the committee. She opted to share that with me the other night, and I told her I would. It's not extensive, but I will share that. But nobody else has identified what kind of I don't know, skills that they're losing with the person who has resigned. But so if we start with the DRB,
And this is a position that would be filled through June 2023 for the DRB.
so it's a year and a couple months. Okay. So is Cindy Freeman in the audience? Oh, no, please come up to the mic. Yes, please. And you may, if you would like, take off your mask so we can hear you better, and you can sit at the table if you wish. Just remember to turn the mic on, if you
Coming
will.
up to the table is really so those online can hear you. It's hard for them to hear you from the audience.
Well, I'm Cindy Freeman, and I'm actually applying for both the Development Review Board and the Planning Commission. And actually, I just have been wanting to be more involved in our beautiful community. And a little background about me, I grew up here. My kids went through the school systems. I did. I went to Central Middle and the high school, and my kids went to Chamberlain Middle and the high school as well. And my parents owned a business, and my husband and I are both self-employed. And my husband used to work at University of Vermont. So we have quite a love affair with Vermont. And, you know, basically I wanted to just be involved, and I saw these two positions opened and thought, why not? So here I am. You know, I realize a little bit about it, and that is that, you know, there are zonings for the developers, and that those zonings need to be complied with when a developer brings their plans to the Development Review Board. And beyond that, I would be learning a lot, but I'm a good study, so.
Okay. Have you attended any DRB meetings or watched them online?
I've watched, you know, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think so, no, but I've read a lot about things that are going on. But
Yes, it's been in the press, yes,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah. You guys, I mean, this is amazing to sit here for this many hours. You guys are like, oh.
Well, I think the
but,
DRB spends a fair amount of time. We got two former members here.
I'm willing to do it.
Their meetings are a lot more exciting than ours.
Their meetings are?
Yeah.
They
I'll
are?
bet.
Yeah, I bet they are. I
That's
bet
where
they're
the
more-
action is. Or planning commission, I'm not sure which.
Yeah, okay. And are you aware of the time commitment?
Yeah.
They meet twice a month,
Yeah.
and it's how many hours usually?
Depends on the chair.
Yeah. When you were chair, how many hours?
I kept my meeting short, to the point. But you know, you'd go 4 hours a night.
Okay.
But
And-
you get packets that are pretty dense with a lot of
Lot of homework.
schematics and plans
Uh-huh.
and details and comments by planning, you know, the staff, and there's a lot to go through, there's a lot of
Okay.
reading.
So is that a couple hours of prep before each meeting?
More for the chair, too.
Okay. All right, so do you have that kind of time?
Yeah, yep.
You're interested in that, okay. some other questions? I'm sure I don't want to ask all of them.
I'd like to know what skills you would bring, and if you, because they're very different committees, of course, the
Sure,
DRB
sure.
and the Planning Commission. As Tim and Matt said, the DRB, you're looking at architectural sketch plans, engineering plans, you're looking at the comprehensive plan goals, you're looking at the different language from our land development regulations, so it's very technical. The Planning Commission, you have to think about that technicality, but you are also trying to see, I don't know, you're coming at it from a very different angle. You're not applying, you're having to vision what ideas could come to look like, right? As opposed to taking the language and seeing what it could look like. You're on opposite sides of
You're
that.
seeing it structurally on the plans, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would understand, the architectural, definitely. The engineering, I might need work on. And I am a good study, and, so I don't think it would take me too long to learn it.
What kind of skills would you bring to those positions?
Well, one is, I suppose that you need to actually know what the zoning regulations are and be familiar with those when the development plans are put before you. And then seeing that they actually are adhering to those. And also, I'm assuming that it also, there might be some economic, concerns about the development and how it can be created. And also, I would imagine that conservation would also be very much a concern as well, and following what the present regulations are. And so I think I am a visual person. I've been in photography since film days. So I do think spatially. That is the way I think. I am very talented at that. I can think very spatially. So I think that's, when you're looking at a plan, you have to see it beyond the flat surface.
Tom?
So Cindy, thank you for applying. We get these packets of information in your application, and I don't see a lot of your background, so maybe that's where Councilor Emery is coming from. Could you tell us a little bit about your professional experiences and you said you're self-employed, so some of those skills you have?
Yeah. So like I said, I've been a photographer since the 90s. And we also own Vermont Rolling Pins, a business that we've actually marketed quite well. But beyond that, I'm an English major, a German minor. I was magna cum laude, or cum laude, not magna. And I was on the mortar board. I also have been on the restorative justice board that was at Dorset Street for the most part for a good 6 years.
When you, are you done? Okay, I just would like to learn a little bit or understand how you see yourself working in a group. And what kind of leadership or what role would you play, or what do you bring to that interaction?
Yeah, I don't think I would necessarily be the leader, but I
Okay.
would be the one that would help out with information and get that information. I'd be more of the background person probably. In terms of working with people, with the restorative justice, we really worked hard. We had many different backgrounds, different people working in that group, and we all did very well together. So I am a team player, I would say. And I think as a wedding and portrait photographer, you have to be able to work with people. To make them comfortable.
At their
If you
finest
don't,
moments, yes.
if you don't make them feel comfortable, they're so I think that has helped. But I don't see myself as the leader of the group.
Okay. Other questions? We got two DRB people. What are, from your experiences, what, is there more information you'd like to hear from Cindy?
Well, the same thing I would say to all the people that are applying to the DRB. The role of the DRB is to rule on projects that some you may like, but you can't approve because they don't comply with our land development regulations. Some you may not like, but you have to approve because they do comply. And having that type of mindset, I think, is important for any DRB member. And I hope you have that if that's what you want to do to serve on the DRB.
Yeah, I would have that mindset. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Tim, anything else?
Just that, I'll add on to what Matt said, that sometimes on the DRB, there is a little bit of room to get the developer to do something a little bit different that you think would be advantageous. And sometimes that requires an eye, right, for aesthetics. So as a photographer, that might be a bonus for you as well as, because other people in the DRB might be more technically oriented or legally oriented, you know. So it's good to have a little bit of diversity of perspective about the way buildings present themselves to the community and how the community should respond to them within that wiggle room where you actually can change something a little bit or offer that advice. So
I would hope I could bring that to the table.
thanks.
Is there anything else you think we should know about you? What should we have asked?
I think you asked the correct questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
you
do
say
you have any
rolling?
questions for us?
Did you say rolling pins?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I heard rolling pins. Was that in the paper recently? Or 7 days, a couple
It
years?
was in not 7 days. It was in one of the not other paper. Gosh, what was that paper? It was. I mean, we've been in a few presses. We've been in Bon Appetit, Fine Cooking.
Oh, so these are.
So
You know, when you
good
said rolling
advertising.
pins-
Anyone listening?
Right, no, you know what came to my mind was that it was some kind of bowling, like the pins for bowling. And I thought, oh, I didn't realize there was a company around here that made those. But it's rolling pins.
Yeah,
They
it's a
wood
whole
or
nother
glass?
world. It really is.
They
It's a
wood
great-
or glass?
The wood.
Wood, okay,
Yeah, they're all hand turned. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate. Oh,
yeah.
are there other questions anyone wants to ask about the Planning Commission, or are there
That's right, you're
other?
applying for both.
I am applying, for both.
She is applying for both.
I
so
figure I might have a
your
better
first
chance.
choice
No, I'm
is
just
the DRB.
Yes.
Do you want to, or do you think what we learned so far will apply?
What would be your preference?
The
DRB?
yeah.
That was her first choice.
Okay.
Okay.
Should
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Now, the next DRB, or the only other DRB, I think, oh no, we got Cindy, no, that's you, I'm sorry, is John Stern. Is he in the audience? I don't see him. Is he online?
Are we
Okay.
early?
Calling for
Are we
us?
early? We're just 8:05.
Hmm.
You can keep going. And
Okay, well, if he shows up, we'll clearly interview him. All right, so let's move on then to the Planning Commission. I guess we're doing this sort of no, it's not alphabetical at all. Let's,
Saying that last time I was here, I think I applied for the Energy Committee and was just, observing how much, really how fortunate I feel to be able to live in this wonderful place. And just to let you know, my enthusiasm hasn't waned. It's just been a great 4 years and just great community and great place to live. So I, love to contribute more. Since I've been here, I've been on the Energy Committee for 4 years as a member and as a chair. I was part of the IZ TDR Committee. I'm presently on the Climate Action Task Force as vice chair. And I was saying that I attended many of the planning commission meetings during the 3 years of IZ and followed pretty closely the development of the LDRs during that time, and wrote some letters, which you've probably seen. So I have good familiarity with those regulations, and I think I'd be able to hit the ground running on further, changes, improvements, and areas that need to be worked on going forward.
Okay. Questions?
What's your engineering degree in?
I have a bachelor's in science and a master's in information science. Computer information database.
You're also a lawyer.
Yes, J. Law in 1992.
And you're in the sector.
Run global Morgan for 20 years.
You have a spec experiences and skills. And okay. What Matt, questions?
I wanted to ask Andrew, have you thought about how you can further volunteer?
I prefer I'm with regulators and
At the DRB.
I know amateur scientist and ecology, and I think I'd be able to skills and the vision commission just be more in that role.
Sure. Thank
you. Questions? Or I'm sorry, you
answered the question.
Oh, okay.
Attended any planning commission?
Many.
Understand the time commitment that.
You, Tim. Thank you.
He does. Any questions? Okay. Go ahead.
I would say the same question you asked, Ellen, about your role and what you would bring to knowing it as you do.
I think I'm a good folks that with on the energy. I think we've together. I also tend to a leadership role. That just my training over the years, business.
I forgot to some of the Jessica Louise shared with the first candidate. Can address them, but things Jessica said, what she thinks they are losing designation of Bernie, another with his expertise on the commission, is construction, and also sort of that approach with a level of feasibility. Just this is how feasible something, and another, I guess, or quality trait is practicality. So I'm wondering, can you give a 3 in terms of what expertise you have to deal with those, provide that committee?
I think I have background in and
Right, in construction.
Read a lot of the committee, and I guess personally pretty handy. Build a lot. So amateur perspective, I don't have a around, you know, kind of form in the construction. I can't offer that. Practical solutions as a consensus. Did what I've learned in so I think I would bring that to this position.
One other question, partly for Andrew, which is I know DRB and the city. I've tried. I don't know if you can serve on multiple committees and would like to do.
If determined to a commission, I would probably and serve on the energy. Be too much, I think.
Say about that.
I don't think we typically, I mean, it's a committee that doesn't, like we've had people, art committee, also on another committee, doesn't seem to conflict either of them. The, you know, the number of times Commissioner DRB duty committee.
I would like to continue with the, but I do both.
Yeah, I personally, you serving on 3 at the same time. And,
Too much.
And for your time, first.
I agree.
And you know, there's opportunity to volunteer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Energy committee is pretty.
Yeah.
I think it's, so they don't probably. Yes.
And so my interests go really deep into infrastructure planning as well. So I really like everything to do with streets and traffic. I used to commute 36,000 miles every year, which is just a pain. And I noticed we have, to me, traffic feels like it's something that really limits us in this community, whether it's people driving through or just not having really updated systems for that. I'm also a biker. I'm also a runner, a coach, track team as well, assistant coach. So I like to use all of these forms of transportation to get around, and I have a lot of study into what is comfortable for people in those different modes of transportation and what allows them to feel comfortable in spaces. And that's a particular lens I take into planning, is how we can incorporate those different, oh, this one works, great, is how we can incorporate all of those different modes of transportation that people want to or have to use to get around and to share the spaces that we have available to us, whether it's the sidewalk infrastructure, the bike paths, or just how densely we're developing certain areas of the city, like our downtown right now. I feel like when I was sitting in the audience, I had a ton of stuff I wanted to bring up, but maybe I'll let you guys ask me some questions, and that might trigger some of those thoughts again.
Okay.
You have brought up a lot.
You have brought up a lot. I will just ask you, what are your thoughts on the climate crisis and what our community should do? I mean, we have a task force that's working on it. We have an energy committee that's been literally hammering us for quite a few years to do something. I think the council seems to be ready to do a little bit more. Where do you sit on the spectrum of, is that a important thing, and how would you translate that into your work on the Planning Commission?
Sure. I specifically wanted to seek out a lifestyle where I could not have to drive a car so much. And I was really fortunate enough to get a place so close to where I work and close to shops where I don't have to use my car as often. It's a personal choice I make, and I try to do that as much as I can and promote it, certainly to my students, who I'm trying to convince don't have to drive everywhere. It definitely becomes a conflict when we're looking at, we have several different boards trying to look at it from perhaps different lenses, and also with the state trying to take different approaches. But I'm of the opinion that the more we provide really good infrastructure for people to not rely on cars, the more they will make those really good choices that are good for the environment, but also but also really good for their health and the longevity impacts that that makes on people in a community that walk places instead of jumping into the car all the time.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, people?
What do you teach, Ryan?
I teach everything. I'm the building sub. So it's kind of like
Oh my
course
goodness.
roulette. You show up in the morning and
No
you
wonder
just
you're
see what the
hoarse.
boss tells you to go teach and you teach it.
What's your favorite one and which is your least favorite?
I like 8th grade social studies the best
But I
because,
taught, it's great, isn't it?
right? Yeah, we're
Yeah.
diving into the Constitution and the Federalist Papers, and I find all of that stuff really fascinating in spite of my really heavy STEM background.
Okay. And what's your least favorite?
I mean, 8th grade English, of course. It's just, yeah, I can jump into a 6th grade English class and teach it really well and relate it all to our communication skills that we're developing. But the 8th grade English, I'm just not a big fan of fiction, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Do you have some more questions?
Your
I'm sorry.
time in St. Albans, you worked with Mayor Gamache and Mike McCarthy and
Exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, so, well, I'm friends with Mike, and we served on a different board. We briefly overlapped on a different board before he was on the city council. So I was off of it before, I think there was about a 2-year gap before he ran. Yeah, but Mayor Gamache, yes, I was elected the same year she was.
excellent.
Okay, Tim, any follow-up? Are you aware of, when they meet and how long they work and?
I believe it's next Tuesday, and then
Yeah,
the
it's
Tuesday after,
typically
second and fourth.
Tuesdays, a month, although they've been working many more times. Maybe it'll
Yeah,
slow down
depending
a
on the
little bit,
load,
but
you just
but
have to get
they've
things
been
done
pretty
sometimes.
active, yeah.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Did you work at the middle school before you moved here a year ago?
I had actually applied right before the pandemic started, and then the school had bigger issues than onboarding people. So it just happened to work out that after a half year of trying to move to the area, I was able to line it up to the week. It was really excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, it sounds like you've had lots of committee experience. Just one last question. What kind of role have you played on these committees?
Yeah, I like being more of a liaison and a connector. I don't really go for top leadership. I'd rather be assistant and catch the pieces that get dropped, or try to connect people together or between different organizations that can bring more valuable information into the mix. I mean, this is why we have boards. We're trying to bring a lot of diverse background into it. And sometimes the issue is just getting people to really communicate on the same page to bring all of the concerns out there in a healthy way that we can really get the ball rolling and meet as many of those needs as we can.
Okay, yes.
You have two interests, the Bike and Ped and Planning Commission. Do you have a first choice?
The Planning Commission, yeah. I did go to one of the online Bike Ped meetings recently. It's really fun and interesting. I do try to be a pedestrian and biker as often as I can, and definitely feel concerned for those issues. As going to college in Philadelphia, I'm a lot bolder as a pedestrian than most Vermonters are, but I am very much aware of the general sensitivities to traffic by pedestrians, and so I figured since I was already submitting it, I'd put that on as the second, given that the regular round happens in June.
Great, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Is Leslie? Yeah, she's on, so she lit up her light.
Seems
There
like the
you
internet
are. How are you? Welcome. I'm sorry, we're hopefully, whoa,
Oh, no.
No, he just changed.
okay.
There you go.
Good.
I can hear you.
I hope we keep connected for your whole interview, and we apologize for the issues. So, for the record, why don't you tell the public who you are and, why you're interested in moving on to the Planning Commission?
Sure. Thanks so much. I'm sorry I can't be there, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you this evening, even though I'm not in Vermont tonight. But I'm Leslie Black-Clement. I have been in South Burlington for 23 years, been helping on the Affordable Housing Committee for, I'm not sure how many years. It's more than I can count. I think I've lost track, 6, and then there were a couple years in its early stages. So been on the Housing Committee for a while. I work at Vermont Housing Finance Agency. I've been there for about 15 years. What I do there is lead the housing research and community relations work, and I love it. Before that, I was down in DC. I worked at the federal government level. I have a master's degree in public policy and an undergraduate degree in economics. But I'm really interested in the Planning Commission. I've been thinking about it for a while as a next step from the Housing Committee work that I've been doing in South Burlington, because that Housing Committee work has given me such a great experience and some level of, I feel a little more comfort now with the land development regulations, the land use regulations in South Burlington than I did when I first started helping on the Affordable Housing Committee years ago. And then also at VHFA, actually, we've been doing a lot more focus with towns all across the state and trying to help make some tools and best practices available to towns who are looking to improve housing affordability there, which requires us to understand their land use regulations and that intersection of the land use regulations and housing affordability at the municipal level.
Okay. I don't know if you were connected or not when I had shared at the meeting sort of some of the characteristics or skill sets that Jessica Luisos, the chair, had kind of identified. So I'll tell you again, and I'd just like you to comment on how you might fill them. One of them is sort of your knowledge of, if any, and these aren't requirements. She was just saying this is sort of what the commission might need. Technical construction expertise. Another was sort of an approach that could be termed the sort of a level of feasibility in making decisions and sort of the practicality of your decision-making process, I guess. Could you comment on some of those or all of them, please?
Sure. So that would be a little less direct than I think my experience with kind of regulations on the policy side, but at Vermont Housing Finance Agency, we do finance the development of affordable rental housing. Certainly many of the buildings that we are so proud of on Market Street in South Burlington and in other parts of the city, those buildings are built largely with funds that are raised through the low-income housing tax credit program. And so because we underwrite all of those projects, we do have opportunity to discuss with developers the challenges and opportunities that they're facing and the construction, some of the details about the construction process and the challenges that are inherent in that. So I would say it's not direct experience, but certainly has an overlap with the work that I do at Vermont Housing Finance Agency.
Okay, and how about in terms of, your approach to problem solving or helping arrive at a consensus or decision making?
That's a great question. I would say that that experience is something that is critical to working on a team, which I have for many years in both of my roles, first here in Vermont at the state level, and then earlier when I worked down in DC. We're always working on a team, basically evaluating some public program, and what that involves is identifying the problem and what the solution is and how to move forward, given the respective expertise and information that we have available.
Okay. Other questions for people? Megan?
I know, just from knowing you, Leslie, that you spend some time in Boston regularly. Would you say that you would be here, you know, for the times when the meetings occur? Because I just know that you're often in Boston, and I don't know what length of time you're in Boston over the course of a year, but I know it can be a length. Your whole family has virtually got 2 places, right?
Yeah, we've been ironing out kind of our new what's our next phase going to look like, with Peter's job being in Boston and mine in Burlington, and we've come to a kind of a split week, and it's going to work out okay if I were to need to be in South Burlington on Tuesdays, when my understanding is that's when the Planning Commission meetings are. But we've come to kind of a splitting up of the week, and it'll be not a problem for me to be in town on those evenings.
Okay. Other questions?
I
Matt?
just asked this, hi Leslie, I asked the same question I asked the previous applicant. Have you shown any interest in the Development Review Board, or you focus solely on Planning Commission?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have the expertise that it would take to be on the DRB. I guess it's the policy side of the Planning Commission that I'm a little more experienced with.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just have one last question, and I'll ask it because I really want to know the answer, and I don't know what it is. Can you imagine, or would you ever think there'd be a conflict of interest on what the Planning Commission might be determining, deciding, discussing, and your work with the Housing Authority? I mean, certainly you have, that's your career, and you're really, focused on affordable housing and housing, so that's certainly a mindset, but the Planning Commission, needs to do more than housing, as you're very well aware, and we have, potentially energy requirements or climate change issues and all the other aspects of all of the LDRs and our city vision that isn't just housing. So do you think that would be a conflict, or how would you deal with that?
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that. I don't think it's a conflict. I actually think that the housing lens is extremely valuable for municipal planning. I don't think I would want to parse that out of my decision-making on the Planning Commission, because housing is why we are all here right now. It's because our homes are in South Burlington. It's extremely, it's intrinsic in our, in the way we think about all of these other issues, about climate change, about energy. It comes down to our homes and our homes being in South Burlington. And so I guess I would offer that housing lens is really important, and that I would bring that to the Planning Commission work, but in an objective way and well-informed way. I really love learning about from other people with different kinds of expertise and skills than I have, and I'm fairly sure that I would be able to help make decisions that are sound for South Burlington. I know that you all are talking about short-term rentals later tonight, and I think that's a great example of how even though that seems like it may not be, that it may be a planning commission issue down the road, that the housing lens for thinking about that is extremely valuable, because those short-term rentals do affect the availability of our year-round housing stock. And even though we only have 40 active short-term rentals today, we know that, I know from my housing work, that it is very important to create guardrails to prevent that from becoming a problem down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anything else you want to share with us, or need to, or we covered a lot? Okay.
We have.
Well, thank you very much for all your service to date, and I guess I would assume that you would resign from the Affordable Housing Committee, or not? You think you would do both?
I think it would be hard for me to do both, just because I work full time, and I really would want to focus on the planning commission work.
Okay, so we'll create another opening. Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
Sophia Babbitt, is she in the audience or is she online? Not
looks like she's
online.
she's
Okay. And Sophia is interested in the Planning Commission first, and then the what's the PAC?
Public Art Committee.
Public Art Committee.
She had
So-
Public Art Committee first, though.
Oh,
in her
is that your first choice, Sophia? The Public Art?
Good evening, hi. Yes, it is. And then, and even hearing some of the interviewees tonight, I think, the Public Art Committee would even be my first and maybe even only choice.
All right. Well, that makes our life easier. But why don't you tell us about your interest on the Public Art Committee?
Yeah, so like I mentioned on my application, I'm looking for ways to be more involved in my local community. I grew up in Vermont, in the islands for several years before moving to South Burlington, where I attended Orchard, as well as the middle school and high school. And I went to college out of state. I returned back in 2018. I had a toddler at the time and wanted to be closer to family. So I grew up in a family of artists. My dad was the graphic designer for a local news station for many years, and then became the art teacher at Mount Abe. And my mom was a photographer and taught black and white photography developer class at BCA. So art has always been a big part of my personal life. I remember, when I attended middle school, the art and the music department was always probably the first to get a budget cut. So having two little kids, who also just have this love for art, I really just value the importance of a public art, in all various forms of artistic mediums, performances, that are, in art in general, that I've learned is really shown to encourage, economic growth, be able to create and sustain cultural identity and, a sense of belonging, which I kind of jumped in at that last part of your Declaration of Inclusion presentation. So that really spoke to me as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't think the Public Art Committee meets too often, so I'm assuming you can fit that into your busy life, or you wouldn't be applying.
Yes, I saw they meet like the second Tuesday of every month, and yeah, I went online. I haven't attended any of them, but I looked at the minutes from the last one that was on there from January 18th, and and went through the most recent agenda from February 15th.
Okay, great. Other questions, anyone?
Are you an artist yourself, Sophia?
Let's see. I don't know. I've always been very artistic. I wouldn't say that I'm an artist myself. I value art. I worked for Matt Cosmetics for many years in New York in the retail events department. So again, it's, I like doing my own makeup, but again, I've never done makeup on anyone. I'm not a makeup artist, but I value the art behind that goes into that. As I mentioned as well, my personal life and my professional life overlap in that, I am involved and overseeing a project that's part of like this Engagement Arts Fund. So again, overseeing a project called Stopping Stones, where it's a historical reparations endeavor designed to memorialize enslaved Black Americans with small brass memorial plaques. And we actually just had an installation back in September of 2020. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're actually, we brought together two different local religious institutions from Ahavi Zedek Synagogue and the Good Lutheran Church in Jericho. So they together sponsored two Stopping Stones honoring Lavinia and Francis Parker that were enslaved by Ethan Allen's daughter, right at the location of the Burlington ski rack. So again, it's another form of, engagement art that involves the community and, really addresses some of the social equities that we're facing today.
Okay, thank you.
I would love her to define engagement art for everybody.
So it's something that we believe that like promotes and advances learning and educational activities that engage people with each other and aims to improve, the overall well-being of humanity and society.
Okay, great. Matt, you had a question.
Oh, I just asked if you've been to Marketplace or our art that we have here at our city hall. If you've been to any of that public art that we have.
Yes, yeah, the one
where we're at City Hall. Have you seen the
library?
Well, we got the
library.
ducks,
The
and we have, or the
geese.
geese.
The geese.
Yeah, geese, sorry, and then we have the clock.
I'm
and-
assuming that was our public arts committee that put all that
Yes.
together. It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
But so.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to know? All right.
No, I
Maybe
think
her role
that's
in a group,
Thank
like
you.
you had.
Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, what is your role in a group? How do you work with this stepping stone group? I mean, in terms of either leadership or kind of your niche in getting a team to work together.
So for Stopping Stones, and so again, I'm the program manager. We work with these sponsor organizations. So I am, coordinating, leading and working with the sponsor org as much support as they might need or not need, and overseeing the big picture to the fine details. It really, our mission kind of depends as well on, what the sponsor organization, what kind of support they need, how staffed they are. So my role and job kind of varies with that. So for example, the one here in Burlington, we were much more hands-on, just in regards to, again, overseeing from just getting, the public works department involved to getting, the various zoning and permitting. Fortunately, we found out that the location that we actually had it was a privately owned place, so we didn't really have to get the Department of Public Works approval for it because it was a private owned location where we installed it. But it's pretty much from the inception of working with, the local organizations to the actual, working with them to, if they don't already have a name of the enslaved person, to research that information, then to actually put together the event itself to honor the enslaved individuals. And then, our last step is really to work with the community and to figure out how we can repair some of those echoes that exist today.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I very much appreciate your interest in getting involved in a committee in South Burlington. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you all for your time.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go back to Planning Commission and Tyler Barnes.
Apologies, I was having technical difficulties over the phone, so I figured it would.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah,
Come right down.
our apologies, but I'm glad you made the effort to show up. That's like nice living in the community.
We're fortunate, yes.
You're close.
Yes. I wrote a statement that outlined and articulated my interest in the Planning Commission and the Development Review Board. I'd be happy to serve on either at the pleasure of the City Council. Very briefly, a high-level summary. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of South Burlington. I've lived here for the greater portion of almost 28 years, I believe, give or take a few months. I'm very proud to call the city my home, and I'm very proud of the fact that I'm from here, that I grew up here, and that I'm a product of our wonderful educational institutions. I also feel very privileged to call the city of South Burlington my home. I am someone who, being totally transparent and very candid, has been afforded a lot of, privileges throughout my life. And I've had the opportunity to go to remarkable educational institutions, to get a master's degree, and to pursue, really had the flexibility to pursue a lot of different professional endeavors. And despite having all of those advantages, we have struggled mightily since returning to South Burlington in 2012 to care for an ailing parent. We've struggled to make ends meet, despite having, again, those relative advantages. And that's of concern to me as a resident. That's of concern to me as someone who would love to have their kids live here. And it's of concern to me as a citizen. If it's difficult for folks who have had, like myself, who've had a lot of those advantages, I can't imagine how hard it is for folks who may be a little less fortunate. And so my desire to serve humbly on either committee or on either commission is to help work together with other members of the council, work with other governing bodies and legislative bodies to improve the economic climate, yes, but also to reinforce the idea that economic development and the city's aims, that it is particularly towards environmental protection and towards affordable housing, that they're not mutually exclusive. And I believe that we can work together and we can collaborate to create and cultivate an environment where all of those interests can thrive.
Okay. Questions? You gave us a lot of information. So,
Yeah,
but
and I'm seeing it for the first time.
yeah, no, and I skimmed it because we got it a little late. So your application just says Planning Commission, but I guess having listened to some of this, you're possibly interested in the DRB.
I'd be happy to serve again at the pleasure of the council on whichever committee which I would be best suited or where I could most contribute.
Well, they're both kind of different. I know they're connected, but they're very different. So are you more interested?
I believe I'm more interested in the Planning Commission.
Okay, in the policy end of it. And
yeah, strategic planning specifically.
All right. And then in terms of your technical construction expertise, is there any? I mean, have you?
I learned to swing a hammer at a very young age.
Okay.
So that, and have worked on a number of construction projects, both as a general laborer and also, well, as a GC. We own a small business in town, and we were fortunate enough to secure a loan with Opportunities Credit Union. But as many of these projects often go when you're starting a small business, what you reserve for fit up and for construction expenses dwindles very quickly. And so I had to learn a lot of things on the fly, and had to learn a lot of trade skills, number one, and number two, also learn about the planning and zoning process, particularly as we had to apply for rezoning for our space in particular. Okay.
And then just remind me, because we don't often get 3-page write-ups, okay?
Apologies.
And it's fine. It was very complete, but I didn't have time except to read it really quickly. You have an MBA from Babson, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your BA is in economics, okay?
Economics and econometrics specifically.
Okay. All right. Questions?
And you work for a solar installer, Isun?
That is correct.
Yeah. Are you up and installing, or are you selling, or what are you doing?
No, I am not. No, they don't allow me near the panels. I run their PR and investor relations functions.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts? In terms of the other question, sort of how you approach solutions, as Jessica Wisos was saying, the sort of level of feasibility approach and kind of the practicality of finding a solution. What skills or how would you address that?
I like to consider myself, again, a formally trained, really statistician. I'm a numbers-driven person. I like to see the data, the hard data, and I like to see that data examined a number of different ways. The data, that said, I also recognize the data doesn't always tell the whole story, and sometimes that data may not be available. But at the end of the day, I believe that we have a duty to our citizens and to really do whatever project that I'm working on to make sure that we can validate the decisions that we're making with hard, fast data, particularly in situations where it can affect so many people.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Or a question we didn't ask that you think we should? Or what questions you have for us, I guess, is the other.
No, I can't think of anything that comes to mind. Other than I'm very excited and enthused to have the opportunity to serve this community, and I would welcome your consideration and thank you for your time.
Okay. And you're comfortable with the time commitment for either committee? Because they're considerable. I mean.
Yes. Candidly, no. No, I am not. But I also, I can't imagine how hard it is to serve on these committees and how much time it's going to take. And I think personally, I would not be well served to say that I can state comfortably that I'm 100% aware of what those commitments are. But I also believe that when something's really important to you, you make the time. And this is something that's very important to me, and I'm committed to making the time.
All right. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate you coming.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
I read a lot of your stuff, but I'd never met you, although I think I know your father.
I hope I'm less caustic in person.
You don't look like I thought you would look. That's all I'll say. All right. Thank you very much, Tyler. And our final candidate to interview tonight is Jessica Manley.
Did John Stern ever show up?
Pardon me?
Did John Stern ever show up anywhere on the?
Good point.
He did not, and I do have to admit, I learned that it was our administrative error. We did not confirm with him to participate, so I think we should talk in executive session about how best to move that forward.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Jessica is interested in the Public Art Committee, so welcome. And
thank you.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. We're running a little over, but that's okay.
As brief
and
as
I
possible.
don't, and I didn't say that to make you not say what you want to say. So.
No, that's fine. My name is Jessica Manley. I've been a resident of South Burlington for 4 years, but lived in Vermont for the better part of 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a graduate of University of Vermont, where I have a major in art history, and then I did a master's degree at the University of East Anglia, which is over in the UK, in museum studies. I work now for myself. My husband and I both work for ourselves, and primarily I work as a copy editor. However, I'm still involved in the arts, most recently with Burlington City Arts, where I worked for about a decade. And I have a lot of experience through BCA with both events and committees, doing public art. One of my primary jobs while I was there was to form and then manage our art sales and leasing program, and I managed most of the acquisitions and sales for the collection at the University of Vermont Medical Center. And I know...
They have quite a collection.
Yes, they didn't when we started working with them, but they do now, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hoping once we get through a little bit more of COVID, we can do some more work with them as well. So I'm very familiar with the art scene, particularly here in Vermont, from the south all the way up through here, through the north. I still do some private acquisitions and collections work as well as fabrication and installation, when somebody's referred to me. So that's in a nutshell, that's my experience.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What's your-
Question, yeah, go ahead.
Your medium. You are art history, so you're not an artist.
No, I'm not an artist. I would consider myself creative, but in no way would I consider myself a fine artist. I like to just think I'm a better judge of talent, so.
Well, that's a talent in itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's important. And again, I think I said earlier, this committee doesn't meet a whole lot, but it's very important in terms of our city and
Absolutely.
identifying the public art as we build out city center, and we appreciate that all they did. We value it very much.
Yeah.
Any question, Tim? Yes.
Yeah, I was at the Boston MFA 2 weeks ago, and I took a lot of pictures. I'm going to quiz you on every single picture about the year it was painted and who painted it.
Tried
You
my
ready?
best to remember.
Put a sergeant. Oh, darn it! I already just gave it away. Shoot. Okay. Well, never mind. But.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I have read the minutes of the committee. I guess, no, it looks pretty straightforward.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your
absolutely.
interest, and we have quite a challenge tonight. There's a lot of really good candidates, aren't there? So we appreciate that very much. And our intention, although I don't know how we're going to, what we actually will do, we might make some assignments, but not all. But we hope to make decisions tonight and announce them tonight.
But if folks don't want to stay to the end of the meeting, staff will follow up first thing in the morning with folks.
Right. Yeah, you don't need to hang around, please. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item 11. Is it 11? Yeah. And this is the approving a fund balance allocation from the sewer fund for headworks repairs at the Airport Parkway wastewater treatment plant. You certainly convinced me in the write-up that we need to do this.
Maybe I shouldn't say anything then.
I know. Well, you don't for me. You got it.
No, so I am Tom DePietro, Public Works Director. With me tonight is Bob Fisher, our Water Quality Superintendent. I was going to give a quick overview of what's in the memo for you, and Bob's here for any technical questions that might come up about the wastewater plant.
Okay.
So very quickly, we're here to request $300,000 transfer from the wastewater reserve so that we can repair some issues in the headworks building. The headworks are where the wastewater first enters the facility. We've got a variety of issues there. The first is a band screen. Needs about $100,000 worth of repair. It's got 6mm holes in it, and that's where the wastewater is first screened before it enters the rest of the facility. Also, we have a grit chamber after that. The grit chamber is filling up. We're unable to clean that out for a little while now because there's some metal gates, aluminum gates, that have reached the end of their service life. And they're large and they need replacement, so we can kind of block that area off to get in there and clean it up. So once that grit chamber fills up, that grit will start moving through the facility and causing problems downstream. A lot of expensive equipment downstream of the headworks we don't want any issues with. And I think that's a very broad overview, so happy to answer any questions. I will mention too, in the memo, I mentioned we have about $2.5 million in the wastewater reserve. That's for future fleet purchases, the Bartlett Bay plant upgrade, which I want to mention briefly after some Q&A here, and just kind of other CIP items.
And what's the time frame? If we approve this, how soon can you make these repairs?
There is a significant lead time on the band screen and also on the gates. I think we're out 6 weeks. Is that right, Bob, what they're quoting us?
At least, yes.
To order them, is that? And
Yes,
get them?
if we get the approval, we can order it tomorrow, and it'll be at least 6 weeks.
And then installation is another couple weeks?
Hopefully before fall.
Before the fall?
But
Oh,
the
okay.
band screen, I believe we can get going quicker.
And that's probably the most
That's the most important immediate
issue.
need.
It sounded like it to me.
It
Okay.
is, yes.
Do we have to have a coordinated non-flush period during the installation?
That would be nice.
Go somewhere else.
Remember, don't.
You work out of the community.
There you go.
Well, that's why the gates are important, so we can divert things while
Okay.
we're working.
Yeah, good.
Right.
The three Ps,
Tom?
pee, poop, and paper, that's it.
So you make a very clear case that we'll actually save money when we do this by about $250,000 to $300,000 a year. So I think this is a no-brainer and happy to support it. The only thing I would make a plug for the whole council, when I remember when I first got on in 2015, Chuck Hafter said, you got to take a tour of the wastewater facilities. We still have not done that. And I love
have.
field trips. You did
I
that?
have too.
I've been to the Headworks building. It's an important building.
Well, I haven't been yet. So if
That's
you
the
ever
one I
have a
couldn't get
tour
the
or
smell out
something,
of my nose for about a week.
I'd love to see what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
We'd be thrilled at any time. I'm giving a UVM class tour in a few more weeks. We give tours to many times. COVID restricted that, but this will be our first UVM tour again. Usually they bring multiple classes through there in about 2 years.
All right, great. Any other questions?
I'll just move to approve the transfer of funds.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
I'll give you just a few sentences on Bartlett Bay.
yes, you
Very
may.
few, yeah, so more of a teaser. Bob and I will likely be back in a couple of weeks or a variety of meetings later to discuss the Bartlett Bay plant upgrade.
good.
That facility's up for its 20-year refurbishment. We want to talk to you about kind of the cost of that project and planning a bond vote. We're looking to get all that information pulled together. There's a fair amount of funding in the future through either ARPA or IAJA. We feel like we've got the project through the 100% preliminary engineering phase at the moment before we get into the real hard engineering. But also having that bond vote and showing a commitment from the community to fund this project would line us up well to get some of the grant funds that we anticipate coming
Yeah,
in.
you're good at getting grants.
We're hoping that, yeah.
Yeah, well, you
fingers
have good
crossed.
success since I've been on the council. So what does IJAA stand for?
Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Oh, okay.
Federal infrastructure bill.
Oh,
The
okay.
what?
It's the new big federal infrastructure bill.
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
great.
sort of
Well,
like
that's full
it's
of
like
money.
ARPA.
Yeah, okay. Tom?
So timing-wise, were you thinking this bond would be town meeting day next year, the general election this November, the primary, or are we talking further out than that?
We're gonna work that out with Jesse and talk about some other bond priorities. I'd love to do it as soon as possible, November, perhaps March. I would not want to wait till next November, but we have a couple opportunities that we really need to look hard at and kind of get our ducks in a row here too. Yeah.
Right now, assuming the timing works to get all the, documentation and systems in place we need for the bond vote, we would hope to do this at the general election and the town meeting day TIF bond vote. So as we're not bringing them to the voters at the same time. But
Good.
that,
Okay,
that's
well,
a
that,
tight
we'll
time
get
frame.
that information in a couple weeks.
Exactly.
Okay, well, thanks for the teaser.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, now we're almost back on schedule. That was a great write-up. I mean, so I didn't need to hear it again. It was very clear, so I appreciate
I
it.
kept it to one page, but I did cheat the margins.
Well, yeah, and you didn't have much space between lines, but it was very readable. And you made your case.
thank
Okay.
you, gentlemen.
Item 12 is receiving the draft amendments to the LDR regulations, the general plan unit development and site amenities, and we need to consider warning a public hearing. And then there's a couple proposed modifications from Councilor Coda.
Did you all miss me? It's been like 3 meetings since you had a draft set of land development
I know.
regulation amendments.
Yeah.
Paul Connor, Director of Planning and Zoning, and Jessica Luisos is here remotely.
Hey, Jessica.
Hello.
Okay.
So, super briefly, the Planning Commission and Council got some really excellent feedback during the adoption of the last round of amendments. Had started to work late last fall on a third PUD type to join the to join the conservation PUD in the traditional neighborhood. It was going to be an infill PUD. A lot of the feedback that the commission and yourselves got was that there was a missing tool in the toolbox of what to do on properties in commercial industrial areas, what to do in properties that are zoned institutional agricultural, what to do with pre-existing approved planned unit developments and modifications that might exist to those. So the commission looked at this and felt that the tool that was started to be developed for an infill PUD could be expanded to be a what is now called a general PUD, applicable in all the places where the conservation PUD and the traditional neighborhood are not applicable, and provides a lot of the flexibility that existed under the old rules to deal with individual circumstances. So that's the crux of the general PUD. Connected to it, this round of amendments also includes a proposal for a basic site amenity minimum. So this is drawn out of the city center form-based code and would apply to new development and conversions to residential for anything other than a single or two-family home, and would set a basic amount of space that would be typically outdoor space, but in some cases could be indoor or rooftop, things like that, to be an amenity for the users of that place, whether it's the residents, the employees, or the visitors. And lastly, sort of connecting these two things together, there's a little bit of language that bolsters existing language in site plans about how the DRB can look at transitions from structure to structure, from site to site. It puts a little bit of context for the DRB to use about what does it mean to be compatible with your surroundings. So that's really the crux of what's in here. There's a little change to clarify when a master plan applies. But otherwise, I think, did I miss anything, Jessica?
No, I think that was a good description. And, I think just, this is something that came up in discussions with you on the council that seemed like a missing piece. So, we tried to streamline this and get this back to you, as soon as we can to kind of fill that hole that was identified in the PUD structure.
I guess the only other thing I would say is that this is intended also to be the foundation and the building blocks for the commission's next discussion about how does the city support additional smart, thoughtful, compact development along our built corridors like Shelburne Road. So the commission is now beginning to look at under what circumstances could there be additional residential density, things like that. That would likely use the tools that are being put in place here, but as Jessica said, that's a more involved discussion, and the commission felt like they could provide this piece of it to address specific existing problems and opportunities, and then add to it with once a little bit more of a robust discussion on density and that kind of thing took place, and what the right tools are for that.
Okay. Questions or?
I didn't attend the planning commission meetings, Jessica. I would love to know what you saw as kind of the give and the take when you came down on this draft language here.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, Megan. I think the give and take with this was how much detail we wanted to or felt like we needed to get into the basic, this basic general PUD. So there was some discussion about, can we change some of the densities in areas where we think it's appropriate, and felt like that was a bigger discussion that we wanted to circle back to in relation to the TDR discussion. There was also some discussion about maybe adding more detail and other types to the site amenities list. But in the end, felt like there was a good range of options there, many of which are already being used in the form-based code districts, and then added to it to make it a little more applicable to other areas of the city. But because we had already seen a draft, back in the fall, that was very similar. Like we had already worked through some of those initial bigger discussion pieces, back in the fall. So I think that there was really quite good agreement that this was something that we wanted to, move forward, and that we had the 6-0 vote, that this was something we wanted to move on to for your approval, review and approval.
Thank you. Okay. So, Tim?
Yeah, just a quick question. So we just went through a regulation approval process, and there was some criticism of the last set of regulations that we approved, and one of those criticisms had to do with the lack of or changes around PUDs and ambiguity about PUDs. So are those, there's specifically 2 developers that were raising points about that. Are they satisfied that these changes will cover their needs? As generally as I can put that, are they generally satisfied?
One of the perceived challenges of of removing the ability to have a PUD along a place like Shelburne Road was that there's a pretty large minimum lot size on Shelburne Road as it stands. And so if somebody wanted to think creatively about putting 2 or 3 different buildings on a smaller footprint, the LDRs adopted in February say no more than 1 building on a lot, and then also a minimum lot size of X. And so you could do one quite large building, but you couldn't necessarily say, oh, I've got an idea and I'm going to split this into 2 and build 2 more medium scale buildings. This would address that by giving the DRB the tools to say something like lot size can be modified. There's another way to also be looking at this that will likely eventually be on the Planning Commission list, which is to think about reducing the lot size, period. But in the time frame of reviewing this, that's the kind of thing that could have unintentional consequences that the commission didn't yet want to just say, we'll just do it. So from that perspective, I think that kind of thing is addressed. There was a lot of feedback on the last LDR, so I'm not going to presume that everybody's concern in all areas has been addressed by this.
That's probably wise.
Good.
Yeah, I think to add to that, we got the most feedback related to this topic in just saying that they felt like there needed to be a PUD that was applicable in the other districts. So this would create that missing PUD.
Okay. Matt?
Right. So, Beck, just to reiterate what I think you said to me, Paul, which is in the areas where we hadn't named PUDs, the general PUD types, particularly those on Shelburne Road, that will be done with this concept, and a private developer could take a parcel, redevelop it as a PUD in areas there during that short time window could not. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it would be optional in this case. So they may choose to be a site plan. They may choose to be a PUD. But yes. And then the other circumstance where this could apply is to minor amendments to a previously existing or approved PUD. So whether it's a place like South Village or it's some development that already existed on Shelburne Road, or it's something on Old Farm Road, it allows for a modification to a previously approved one without sort of becoming one of the much more precise types of a TND or a conservation PUD.
I just want to say publicly, I want to appreciate what Jessica and you, Paul, have done. This is one of the ones that I was on my list of 22 that I wanted in the previous package. I appreciate the speed of which you have brought this back and got it done. Thank you.
And it was definitely a group effort and lots of staff support and whole commission.
Thank you.
So, and yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so what we need to do, and I think we can do this before we deal with your amendments, Matt, or should we do those amendments and then have a hearing?
I would recommend. I would recommend that if you're gonna modify the amendments that you're putting forward to
Oh,
public
yeah,
hearing.
yeah, okay.
You do it together as one.
Okay.
City attorney, do you agree with that? Yep.
All right, so we have, if you are ready to move on, Paul, had sent to us, after all the stuff went out, the final wording, I guess.
Yes.
And, I just have it on my
I can bring it up on
cell
the screen
phone,
if folks
but,
would like.
So there's a definition and some general review standards and a change to the authority and limitations on the general PUD.
I'm looking at an email from 3:28 p.m. today. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
No.
Go.
No, it was in our packet, wasn't it?
No,
No?
there's a new one.
Oh, that's right, the language with the.
Yeah, 328.
Okay.
Can you put that up on the
I sure can.
screen? Maybe?
Okay, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm gonna move off the screen here.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So I don't know, Councilor Coda, would you like to introduce the idea? Would you like staff to do that? Happy to speak through the technical of it, but maybe.
So the general points, and as someone who served on the Development Review Board, oftentimes we get projects and we try to think creatively on how we can solve them. Some of them deal with landscaping, a lot has to do with parking. And we understand why we want parking in the back. We don't want to see the pavement, we don't want to see the cars, we want to see buildings. Looks better, makes a lot of sense, except for it's sometimes when it doesn't, and you just can't get creative. I know when I was on the Development Review Board, I was looking for more latitude, more ability to waive, to be creative when it's possible, when it's in the interest of the community, of the applicant, of the neighbors, everyone. This appears to me as a simple one, which is not always do we want parking in the front, and there's some areas that we don't, particularly when we talk about redevelopment around the airport.
I mean, you don't want parking in the back.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Parking in the back, right?
Yeah, it's
Thank
okay
you
to
for
have
that.
parking in the front.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not to say that we want to see cars, but that there are opportunities to provide some give and take between the city, the DRB, represented by the DRB, and the developer, and the neighbors, to ensure that it is a beautiful streetscape, but that we, and we've done, I know Tim has done some of these creative ideas when he was on the DRB. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but providing flexibility for our Development Review Board when they apply the parking standards, I think is important, and that's why I came up with this amendment.
Okay, great. Do you want Paul to take us through?
Sure.
Since,
All
or
right.
Colin, I don't know who needs to.
So basically, this is a pretty narrow description, so that it's clear as to what its specific purpose is. So, as described here, the building or a portion thereof is being served by the parking area is contained within the layperson term that we use in the city is the fence. So we often use the term inside the fence, outside the fence. This is the federal term that is used for the fence, meaning everything on the inside of this requires somebody to go, a person, a vehicle, or whatever, to have been through the full screening of TSA. So you can't walk through, the terminal, for example. You can walk in the front part of it, but to get to a certain part of it, you go through the security. The same thing on the National Guard side, or wherever there happen to be entry points. These are secure entry points that are established by the airport with the FAA and the TSA. So The idea here would be that if a building is wholly within the fence, which does exist, there's, for example, a building for maintenance of the airport and the plows that plow the runway. Everything is inside the fence. There are buildings that comprise, they are quote unquote the fence, like the terminal, like some of the heritage aviation buildings where there may be office space in the front, but there is a hard line, and beyond that point, everybody and all things need to be secure. So that's what this would represent. So the way that the language reads here is that would be one of the circumstances that the DRB can approve parking between a public street and the building. It would need to find this and would approve the minimum necessary, which is the standard language that we use for all the exceptions. There's a definition to accompany it. The one that you had seen on Friday actually quoted the federal definition. In working with legal counsel, we felt that the federal definition could change, and we don't want to be in the position of overriding a federal definition. B, by typing out a definition, it might imply, it's very sort of loose language, for lack of a better word, and points to a whole set of federal guidelines. It might imply that we have a decision to make about what counts as inside the fence and what doesn't, and we don't. That is entirely established by the FAA, the TSA, and the airport. So it's really just pointing to that. And then lastly, there's a little bit of tidy up language below to just be 100% clear. As we were looking at this is in the general PUD, just to make sure that the authorization in there does allow for the exceptions that are contained within those that language. It's just a little bit of legal tidy up.
You mean the language in Article 12?
12 and 14.
And
So
14,
as
okay.
we were sort of scrutinizing this, we thought the intent was very clear that in the general PUD, the intent was that you were given no additional authority to modify the environmental protection standards or Article 14, but it wasn't 100% clear that the authority within those sections still remains. So there are times when you're allowed to construct on a steep slope. The PUD doesn't take that away. That's contained in the environmental protection standards. So it's just making sure that we're cross-referencing correctly. The applicability of this would be for anywhere that there's a publicly owned airport in the city, of which there is one, but we stated publicly owned because it is possible for a private airport to exist in the future. We never know, so that's why it's publicly owned. And it would apply to the entire area of the airport. And there are a number of examples where there are buildings that operate in the very close vicinity to the tarmac and the runways that if they were redeveloped, the circumstance could come up.
Mhm.
So.
And so this applies to the land the Air Force owns? Or
Well,
not?
in
Or since
theory,
there's no
yes,
houses
but
along
anything
there,
that
it
is on the
doesn't
Air
matter?
Force.
Pardon?
Did you say Air Force?
Yeah, or, or the Air Guard.
In theory, it applies
they
to the Air
control,
Guard
they
side,
don't-
but in practice, they are completely exempt from our regulations. So,
Okay.
you know, if they chose to follow to submit, then yes, but they're, as a federal military institution, they're not.
They can just build and park where they want. Okay. Yahoo!
Yes. It does not apply, just to be clear, to land that is outside of the fence and zoned for other purposes than airport, because that would be outside of the fence,
Right.
therefore not applicable.
That's why fences make good neighbors. Tom?
So this makes sense to me, but I don't have nearly as much experience as two DRB members down there. But if we do add this just puts it on the public hearing, and then if at the public hearing we hear concerns that might not have been anticipated prior to now, we can certainly take this out then. So there's not really much risk by adding it for the hearing for whatever we've warned this for. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Tim.
have two questions. So are we implying that the beta facility is on the fence, is part of the fence? Because they can roll their product out onto the runway? There's access to the runways from that facility?
This standard would only apply to an application submitted under these regulations. So no current application in front of the city would just automatically be moved over to it. I believe it is an accurate statement to say that the current beta facility would be an example of it makes up a portion of the quote unquote fence. So one could go to the front door of beta and of the current beta and be a member of the public, but you can't go out the back door because the back door has doors and or loading facilities that there is an authorization to then go on to the taxiways and things like that, which is a secure area.
So except for visitors who are managed by employees, all employees can't get access into the building unless they have a secure identification key, right, which is a badge or whatever, to get in that building, which means that they can't get to the runway area unless they're authorized.
Correct. Just like the general terminal building.
The general what?
The terminal.
Okay,
I can walk into one part of the terminal, but I can't just walk through the terminal and onto the
You can't
runway.
get to a gate without going through TSA.
Right.
Or you can't get on an airplane without a boarding pass, I mean, so.
Right. And if I were an employee, I also wouldn't be able to bring the the materials, the gasoline, the skinny pancake heady toppers. There's a security portion.
So in general, the airport, except for the guard, is surrounded by a so-called fence, right? And it's
sometimes it's a fence and sometimes it's a building.
Right, but
yes.
but it's a containment of which there are permeations that are based upon authorization, right? And it may be a building or it may be a gate or whatever it is. So if some structure is part of that delineation and it needs a secure access, then that counts as being a qualified under this new regulation, right?
Correct. So that would be the building or a portion thereof is contained within. So
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I understand now. All right.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Megan?
Is the goal to have a building on that main public street still being upheld with this language?
This is, I'm sorry. No, you asked the question. No, sorry. Paul can answer.
Well, I think, go ahead, Councilor.
Well,
Coy,
my point is that this
proposed
is
it.
not retroactive. This is forward thinking. This is.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
Can you restate it? I don't think I understood the question.
Yeah, because looking at the language on parking, now wait, I have to get back there, just a minute.
Well,
Right?
You referred to a main street. What main street are you talking about?
A public street, right? That's what we have here. Parking is supposed to be located to the rear or sides of buildings. Any side of a building facing a public street shall be considered a front side of a building for the purposes of this subsection. The Development Review Board may approve parking between a public street and one or more buildings if the board finds that one or more of the following criteria are met. And so I see that there's an option there, but would there be a default? Would they be equal in the recommendations that the staff would provide the DRB?
I guess what I would say is that it would become a case-by-case analysis. So there are some circumstances. We were looking at this. For example, the first building, if you're going up Airport Drive from Kennedy Drive before you get to the cemetery, there's the depth of about one building and its associated parking there.
Okay, so you're coming up Kennedy towards Airport Drive.
Let's see. Oh, hang on.
I mean, there is parking on Airport Drive in front of buildings, that's for sure. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm just going to bring it up on the screen here. So here's an instance right here. This is
Yep.
Kennedy. This is Williston Road right here.
Yep.
Kennedy Drive here. Airport Drive right here.
Heritage
So
building, yep.
these buildings right here. In concept, if this site were to be redeveloped, if either of these buildings or their future versions were to become part of the security fence, then it may be difficult for the user of this building to identify a place to put parking except in front of the building. So that might be a circumstance where the applicant says, here's where I'd like to propose parking in front of the building. The DRB would, and staff would pose the question of what's the minimum amount of parking? Is there any portion of the parking that could be not in front of the building? But ultimately, if the applicant can demonstrate, well, we need 30 parking spaces, 22 of them, there's really no place to put them but in front of the building, that would afford the DRB the authority to grant that. That's not necessarily mutually exclusive from other goals. If there was a lot of depth to a property, this one is one of those. Not a lot. It could be both. It could be that parking is permitted and that and that maybe there's additional space to have more buildings. So I think that would be a case-by-case analysis.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Okay, so are we ready to set a hearing?
And that's, right, the 3-week warning, is that what
Yeah,
I'm
where is
understanding?
it? Somewhere in the,
It's in Paul's memo.
I believe we recommended May 2nd.
May
would be
2nd at
your
7:30,
first
and I would just
eligible
say
meeting.
approved as presented and modified, if you want to do both.
say, May
May
7th.
2nd.
Oh,
2nd,
2nd, yeah, okay.
7:30.
At 7:30.
So I'll move that we set a public hearing on these proposed amendments to the land development regulations for May 2nd at 7:30.
Including the modifications.
Including the modifications.
Second.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Yes, just one point. I just want to say that, you know, in the process of developing and redeveloping properties, commercial properties within any community, you are invariably going to run up against regulations that you did not expect. And I think that our staff has done an excellent job, especially with the Planning Commission, addressing these as they've popped up. We have a good example with the example here for the general PUD, as we've gone through a 3-year process through IZ, right, to come up with some new land regulations, which we passed, right? And then there was criticism from the development community about the lack of PUD and general PUDs, and that's been satisfied here for now, at least, right? But, you know, there are other projects ongoing where I've been hearing intense criticism of the city because they've run up against a roadblock, right? So I just want, and that somehow it casts our city as being anti-business, which is so far from the truth, I can't believe it's been said. We are taking steps here tonight to try and put on the right path the things that we need for the future to satisfy certain people. And I just want to say that out loud. So, you know, if anybody in the media wants to criticize the city because they think we're anti-business, you know, bring that criticism forward, because I think what you're seeing here tonight is a cooperation between staff, right? Staff and everybody else in the city council. So I just want to say that out loud before we vote on it, because I'm going to vote, you know, in favor of this because we want to move it forward. Because we're looking to the future and we know the businesses that we want to have in our community. So thank you.
All right, you ready for the vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. So we will have a public hearing on the draft amendments and the modifications on May 2nd.
Can we take a 2-minute break or a 5-minute break?
Yes, beginning at 7:30.
Sorry.
And then we'll have a, so thank you, Paul. Well, sure.
Can you come to the?
Can you come to the?
I'm sorry to interrupt you like that. To interrupt you like that.
No, no, that's okay. No, I was going to do
Thank
that.
you.
but we haven't had a
As
vote.
I was looking at the amendment, the new piece, just wasn't clear to me, the Article 12 piece, and I guess I'm still a little fuzzy on it. does anything change with Article 12?
No.
And if so, just clarify that, because I wasn't sure.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please.
So we were we were checking cross references here, and the intent in the PUDs in general and the general PUD specifically was to point to Article 14 and in this case Article 12 and say Article 12 applies exactly as written. As we were pushing and pulling, which we do with all language, there was some concern that it might be implied that the general PUD takes away the authority in Article 12 for the modifications that Article 12 created within itself. So there are rare circumstances, but there are circumstances when a wetland can be modified or when a steep slope can be modified. This is a little cleanup, a little legal cleanup to make sure that we're not taking away that authority.
Thank you.
There's no policy intent in change.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one comment before the break?
Yep.
Great. So just on the same point, I have to say, Councilor Barrett, I really appreciated your remarks there, and I think that is an important point to make, that I too am very impressed with the Planning Commission as well as staff and how quickly they have adapted and focused on addressing these needs. So I hope that the community knows that South Burlington is an eager and willing partner. And I also want to say, and I said this on the radio last week, I like that our South Burlington City Council is talking and debating a lot about land development regulations. These are the right things for councils to be focused on. So I think we should all be proud of that. So cheers.
Okay, thank you.
One quick procedural note for you all that
Yes.
Because you made a change this evening, the state law requires that the Planning Commission look at it and update the report on the consistency of the amendments with the comprehensive plan. So you'll see that in your packet for May 2nd. So just
okay.
That will be welcome.
Yeah.
So just FYI that
Great.
that's procedurally a requirement under state law. So,
Okay, thank
yep.
you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry it's later than it usually is, but we had that other little break. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, I hope. Oh, you're welcome.
Support what you're doing. I was just wondering if maybe we could delay this until later with the House has to do that deal, or that.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling better. I took a decongestant. I mean, I really don't take a lot of drugs. I hate them. And I never think about it till someone says, well,
I don't think it's a test.
take an ibuprofen.
But I would be surprised.
That's right. So, I am feeling better. Thank you.
I would be surprised if they actually regulate short-term rentals beyond what, they say with regards to the health department requirements. Because each part of the state is so different. And I am in favor of working with regulations.
I'm not against it at all. I guess what I'm saying is I'm recognizing that it's not going to do the short-term rentals. I'm hesitant to push too fast and too hard, but I want to see progress on this. So I'm just wondering how you feel about maybe. Just so that the community could also have more time to hear about it. Maybe having a public hearing on it. Do you remember the noise ordinance when we had that discussion, that panel? I thought that was a great way to get a lot of people involved with it.
I don't mind spending half hour on it. I'm
Fair enough.
sorry, I disagree.
There you go.
Even if it,
That was my attempt at getting out of here earlier.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
All right, we'll do it.
Within seconds, he's on his computer. Yeah.
trying to contact, leaving a message for Larry in IT. Always taking care of my computer for Monday morning. When she could not reach me at noon on Monday, she called another former city person who within minutes was at my door with her cell phone. We didn't know Larry was on vacation. It gets even better. We tried to contact several people. Nobody was at their desks. They were working. Finally got within minutes. This hole was turned inside out, upside down. To find money did
You spent hours. I mean, Ted's like, come on, let's go, let's go.
walking me through how to solve this
Great story. Mike works for City South Burlington or Burlington?
South Burlington.
South Burlington.
South Burlington. This is this city. I work there. They're fine
Good. I maybe should quit and work for the City of South Burlington. I'm just gonna go to the restroom.
I work for them both.
More of a chairperson job. Volunteer.
Terrible signature.
Figured it out.
Yeah.
Just hang out there.
Really good. There's nothing in it. I canceled my subscription a month ago, but they keep giving me the papers. So I have 3 newspapers. Is the game on right now? What's the score? We got a lot of basketball fans here. We could try to amend this meeting, shorten it up a bit.
It was like, I never share with the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Like showing our UBM files.
I remember that when I was supposed to start teaching, but I actually canceled. I had everybody just watch the game.
Yes, yeah, all right. There you go. Yeah, it's a community event. Remember Mr. Phillips? I did the old math teacher. Yeah. He was famous for rolling in the TV during March Madness.
During March Madness.
And he'd try and incorporate like math into the bracket. And so
I think I remember that. Yeah, I had him for advanced calculus, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, right. Yeah, or algebra 2. And what else? I'll forget the time.
It's funny how those are the things we remember the most from school.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true. Like the little things.
I don't know if you remember the women's hockey game about 3 weeks ago, right before UVM spring break. I actually canceled class. I teach on Wednesday nights. And the competition was against UConn at Gutterson Wednesday nights.
Yeah. Extra credit if you go to
I canceled class and I said I was holding optional office hours at Gutterson. We'd like to watch that game tonight.
Yeah.
If our chair was a big basketball fan, I bet you we'd have a shorter meeting tonight. I don't think she heard that.
Yeah. All right. Did you like Collins Tar Heel Blues?
Put it in the background up in the corner.
See if we can Collins Tar Heel Blues.
Did he go to school there?
I mean, you
That's really the way forward.
I wouldn't ever, I mean, I don't know these things.
Okay, can we come back to order? Because we have a couple more items. Just a couple, not too many. So I'd like to call back to order the South Burlington City Council meeting of Monday, April 4th, 2022. We're at item 13, consider prioritizing adopting a short-term rental ordinance and associated implementation steps. And Megan Emery has done a lot of work on this, so
Yeah.
take it away.
Thank you. And the reason why I prepared a cover letter is so that I wouldn't have to say everything that I wrote in that cover letter. So I just want to say that I was not alone in working on this. I want to give a lot of credit to John Burton, who is on our Economic Development Committee, and he provided the two studies that are in our packets, the Dartmouth study and the Washington, D.C. study. I also want to thank Councilor Joan Shannon in Burlington. She and I had an hour conversation talking about the ins and outs of all of sorts of questions that I was considering, that the Burlington City Council considered, and I added on some things in this final version of language. I also want to thank several of our committee members who I vetted this with. I sent this out to members of the Affordable Housing Committee. I sent it to John, who was in touch with, I'm sure, members of his committee, but also he told me the Lake Champlain Chamber. I sent it also just to members of the public and the members of the Natural Resources and Conservation Committee, and to housing experts that are local, because I feel a sense of urgency, and I'll tell you why. I explained some of that in my memo, but so very briefly. I see that my neighborhood is some of the houses that are going up on sale are able to attract young couples or families moving in, but that's usually because a family who's lived in the house prior has worked it out so that their children can take over. There is a certain style that I've kind of uncovered where there's an open house that lasts for 2 hours, and the highest bidder gets the house, period. That happened on 1 week and 2 weeks ago, and that was after Burlington City Council could not override the mayor's veto, and I went home and I got to work. And why? Because I have colleagues in my department who are not making six figures, far from it, and who are not able to afford a house because they can simply not enter into this housing market, and they might leave. We know that we have candidates to our city staff who have not been able to come here because they cannot find housing. They simply cannot enter the housing market. I am interviewing candidates for 2 positions in my department, and I have to tell you that residency gives people a leg up because the fear of bringing people here, then saying we can't live here, is real. It makes people angry. It makes people feel hopeless because these are people who, have a very serious position and they're unable to find housing, basically to compete with people. And this is not COVID related now. I'm talking about wealthy investors who see housing as a safe haven for their money. And the short-term rentals has become a real investment for people because the return on that investment is so high. So one of the community members who was vetting this with me, she pointed out to me an ad in the 7 Days for the short-term rental conference and trade show at the Capitol Plaza in Montpelier from June 2nd to 3rd this summer. Just as an example, today after my student took a makeup exam, she came back with her exam, and I was just chatting with her. She told me that another student in her class, who is a senior, who should be, of course, looking forward to graduation and leaving with her diploma after just a little over a month, she was evicted. Her lease was broken because her landlord had simply sold his building out from under them. This kind of stuff, as my student said, happens all the time. I had a doctor's appointment this morning, and the doctor told me that she has friends in Essex. Their rent went up 65%. 65%. This isn't the first story I've heard. As I was campaigning, I met a woman in my neighborhood who she almost hugged me and with tears in her eyes said, "Thank you for doing Market Street. Thank you for doing the Garden Street apartments. We were in housing that was price gouging us in Burlington. They finally got into those apartments, and then they could find an affordable house." Now, I don't know how long ago this was because since 2020, late 2020, early 2021, that's when the market really exploded. But she had tears in her eyes to know the good fortune she had because so many people who do not have that good fortune are living in hotels or they're homeless. So we are truly in a crisis. I see it happening in front of my very eyes in my neighborhood. When I was campaigning, I encountered it in neighborhoods off of Dorset Street, in my own neighborhood, as I stated. Another of my campaign team encountered it on Heinsberg Road, as well as Orchard. Right, and these are our traditional, affordable neighborhoods. Why? Because it's very lucrative. It's simple as that. And it's not only for the property owners, it's for the cleaning personnel. They're making $60 an hour. That's more than I make, okay, as a professor. Maybe I should rethink my career choice. I mean, it gets to a point where capitalism has run amok. And we rely on government when that happens in order to bring back, this market that is not serving the public good. And so it is with urgency that I bring it forward to you. I did a lot of research. I am an intensive researcher. I love doing research, fortunately. And again, I have to give John Burton a lot of credit because he gave me those 2 studies. But what we see here is the culmination of my research, and I landed on pages that were very helpful. I sent all these things to you, I think, over a week ago, and I give you the references within this text where there was a very nice synopsis of all the cities and what the various provisions were in their short-term rental ordinances. right? And some of them have conditional use permits for their bread and breakfast short-term rentals, like we do. We have a conditional use, if I'm understanding the LDRs correctly, right? We probably don't enforce it because, to be quite honest, we wouldn't be alone. Jim Shannon said, we didn't enforce ours either, and now that's what we're going to do since we couldn't develop this ordinance. I know that that's probably the case in a lot of places. The 40 active short-term rentals that Leslie brought up, I can bet my bottom dollar that there are many, many more, at least triple that number, because not all of these platforms are required to have a record of them. Like Verbo and HomeAway do not have a record unless they are actually live, unless they are actually advertising. Airbnb does have that record, okay? The other thing to recall in my memo is that we're not collecting taxes on this. These houses are off the market, and our hotels are really being left in the lurch and probably being affected in terms of their bottom dollar as well, which is why this is an economic development issue, because it affects housing as well as our hotel industry. So I stand by all of this language. I do have just two things that I am not wed to, all right? So I wanted just to say I've truly vetted this, and here are the two things. And this is something that is my feeling, but also has been confirmed with conversations with John Burton and others who I've been, and Helen Reilly also, you see she's in a note. So renting out an entire home is illegal, all right? There are neighborhoods along our lake, and I'm reading from John Burton's email, where this happens. There are homes that in neighborhoods that have traditionally lent themselves over to be bed and breakfasts in the summer, you know, and let people from out of town come and stay in those homes, right? And the entire home, not just a room, but the entire home. Whereas in my neighborhood, that would truly change the character of my neighborhood. And I'm sure that's true for Orchard, and I'm sure that that is true for the homes off of Heinsberg or on Heinsberg, and I know for a fact that it's true on those streets off of Dorset that we were dealing with the parking, if you recall. And man who he came out of his house and pointed, Airbnb, 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 Airbnb. He just went down the entire block showing me tears in his eyes. His own kids can't find a house in South Burlington, and it's no longer feeling like a neighborhood. So some neighborhoods, perhaps we should allow that full home rental. Some neighborhoods not, and that would have to be something that we'd have to work out. And this is something that I'm bringing forward. You might have other things that you would bring forward too.
Can I just ask the question about renting out an entire home is illegal? My understanding was that there, professors and things who come just to teach a year, do a sabbatical or something at UVM, and rent a whole house. But it's not an Airbnb kind of rental, but it's I don't know, maybe it's only a 9-month rental. I don't know how long or a 12-month rental when you're on sabbatical. This would make that illegal. Is that right?
That would be a long-term rental, so I would see that as not being a short-term rental.
Okay, so a short-term rental
30 days
on an
max.
entire home is illegal. Okay, I was just curious
30-day
because there are
max.
people,
Yeah.
or they do house swaps. They go to London for 3 months and
Right.
London comes here.
So 30 days or longer is not considered a short term.
That see, this is where I got some feedback where this is a member of our planning commission who said, some people, they'll stay for 30 days, then they'll stay in a hotel for one night, and then they'll come back, right? And so they can just carry on like that for a whole year, right? And so it's these are things that have to be ironed out. I did not come with a final copy here. This is truly starting the conversation, but I do it with urgency. The woman who wrote to me, and I forwarded you her email, she lives in the Orchards. She talked about how there is a home just in back of her with pets jumping over the back fence. That's a problem. These are people coming from out of town. We don't know if they're registered. We don't know anything about these pets, right? So we really have to make the landowner and the person who's renting these homes responsible, right? And that, again, has to be ironed out. And I do not come here with set and ready language. And I will add the language to, staff. I'll give it to you. But for instance, you see Helen's note 9, and I also have, it's Michael Mittag wrote here, pets should be allowed if the renter allows it. Meaning the person who is renting, right, it out, the owner allows it, I should say. Helen's note 9 is okay. Dogs must have up-to-date rabies vaccinations. Hosts may not rent if the renter does not produce a valid rabies vaccination certificate. Hosts must post South Burlington's pet ownership and leashing requirements and ordinance on their website, advertisements, platform entry, etc. So the question, I'm sure, is running through everyone's mind in this room is, how are we going to enforce that? Let's go to Denver. Denver has a short-term rental ordinance where the hosts are required to sign an affidavit. And the reports is that has dissuaded people who, would be very, perhaps, easily attracted to renting out their homes because it is a lucrative business. But there are rules that I believe are rightly in place to make sure that we have affordable housing and affordable housing is relative, I should say that with quotation marks, but that we have housing in greater quantities, and as we've been told by members of the Affordable Housing Committee, as well as by the Executive Director of the CCRPC, that the quantity, right, in our inventory makes a difference. It's a supply-demand issue. So if we keep removing supply, what's going to happen? It's what's happened over the past year and a half. Prices go through the roof, and people just cannot compete. So that's my spiel. I have worked very hard on this. I feel confident that I've brought to you something that's solid. This is not shooting from the hip at all. As I told you, I did my research thoroughly. I have vetted it. There's support out in the community for this. There's support on our committees for this. And John Burton would love to have his Economic Development Committee review this as well. So just wanted to perhaps ask you if you would agree to let the staff vet it and get back to us with comments, suggested language, limitations, if that's something that you would consider to be reasonable. A question I know Senator Chitten's going to raise is S210. I've been in touch about S210, so is John Burton. As short-term rentals are exempt, as are accessory dwelling units that are 3 or less to a main structure, as are rental units rented for less than 90 days. They're also exempt, period. And I don't believe that will be reopened. I've been in touch with several of our legislators.
Tom.
So thank you. I would just raise, within the context of S10, which passed in the Senate on February 10th and now is in the House, is it might not even go anywhere, and the governor might veto it. I am not against these discussions. I'm against doing them on Monday night at 10:30 p.m. at this point because I just want to get home, whatever time it is.
12. We started at 10.
The point I would make
Troopers.
is that I would welcome this as a thoughtful discussion sometime this summer when we have more idea, because if S10 doesn't get passed into law, which it was the previous version, S79, was vetoed by the governor, I'd want to broaden this and not just be on short-term rentals. I've been an advocate for a rental registry for the last 3 or 4 years. This is well worth our attention, but I think the faster we push on this, the more we're going to make mistakes, the more we're going to create unnecessary friction. And I also really would want to hear from the city manager about staff availability. I am fully supportive of moving this forward. I just think we need to do so in a thoughtful manner. I hear your urgency. I'm not against any of this action. I just want to do it in a thoughtful, deliberate manner. And I see more merit in putting this off to May or June, giving the community some time to react to what's being said tonight, and making sure that staff can weigh in on what their availability is.
June is well within my urgent time frame.
That would be pretty fast.
Yeah.
Jesse, Matt?
I'm not hip, so I've never done an Airbnb before.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Great.
Wow.
I know.
You need to get out of Vermont, maybe. You know what I'm
Perhaps.
saying?
But I did look on the website that Leslie Blackblum sent, and I see there's 40 active right now within the city of South Burlington, 40 units
For Airbnb.
for Airbnb and VRB. What are the other STRs?
There's
Verbo?
Home Away, which
Away.
owns VRBO. I'm quite familiar with that because we have a summer home. That
I
we
think
rent through
Matt,
VRBO.
you didn't read my cover letter. Let me read that part to you. Let me read that part to
There's
you.
VRBO,
Yeah,
Airbnb, Home Away.
yeah. So
There may be some others. Those are just the
Yeah.
3 I know.
yeah. So let me just read this to you. Let me find it here. Darn it, just a minute.
Well, while you're looking,
Yes.
didn't Burlington just went through this whole process, right? And the mayor vetoed it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to know what they went through at some point, get
Yeah.
just a summary of what happened. Not tonight,
Okay.
but that's something that we should look at. The other thing is, I generally understand the emotion behind this and the reality for people that are getting priced out of rental markets and again, this supply and demand issue that we have, right? But to be closer to home, it'd be nice to have Chief Francis come in, and then that's part of this whole thing, and talk about the requirements in the city for hardwired, interconnected smoke detectors for rentals, right? Because we've had this discussion before where he said that the fire department commonly looks at Craigslist to see who's renting out their house as a long-term rental. And then they call them up and they say, hey, what are your smoke detectors like? And they're like, well, wait, what? And that could be a $2,000 to $4,000 construction job to do all that drilling and have Peck Electric come and install that stuff for you, right? So right away, if there are rental units in the city that are non-conforming for smoke detectors, right, the fire department should be very interested in that, okay? And those people
True. It's state
who
law
are
too.
doing that and it's in violation should be notified immediately, okay? That's one of mine. The other thing is that anybody that's collecting rental fees for short-term rentals that is not paying the state rooms and meals tax on that means that South Burlington's not getting their 70% of their 1% or whatever it is, right? And that is another distinct violation, right? So if Airbnb's collecting it, but Verbo's not, and the other people aren't,
Verbo is collecting it.
Verbo is collecting it?
Yes.
Oh, I
You
thought
really
you
get
said
in
that
trouble.
Airbnb was only collecting it, Verbo was waiting.
No, it's listed. Verbo doesn't list their homes that they have contracted with. They only list the homes that are being actively advertised. And
Right.
once they are rented out, they're off.
But it's up to the homeowner to pay the tax.
Yes.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, well, anyway, some of these extra facts will come out, but number one for me is right away, is if there's a safety issue, we need to look at that right away, because I don't want any home that's being rented out that doesn't conform to our fire department's, ordinances to be, to be taken care of.
Yeah.
And the second of all, I hate it when people get away with not paying taxes. So, and I don't know how to measure that, right? Because that's a problem, because we've gone to the state before and said, hey, are we getting all of our tax money? And they'll go, we can't tell you, right? So it's one of those issues, so.
And I found my passages to get to that point, unless you want to say something more, Tim.
No, I'm done.
All right. So according to the data, and Leslie helped me on this too, on the 2020 U.S. Census American Community Survey, there are 122 homes in South Burlington, and there are wide margins of error, that are currently either rented but not occupied or for seasonal, recreational, or occasional use. There are also 84 other vacant homes. So I add that the Dartmouth report states, and here I quote, "The state does not possess a comprehensive list of short-term rentals." So the data that Leslie has provided us, that 40 is likely just the tip of the iceberg. And with regard to taxes, and here I'm citing also from the Dartmouth report, as the Dartmouth report states, since 2016, Airbnb has collected and filed meals and rooms taxes for people using their site as a rental platform. However, other popular rental sites such as Vrbo do not perform the service. The individual landlord is responsible for charging and filing the tax. So that is, and then I go on to say, hosts who advertise on Vrbo, which is a subsidiary of HomeAway, which lists full units only, are also avoiding South Burlington's local option tax.
I frankly don't know how they can do that, but whatever. I think rather than,
That's Dartmouth.
you know,
That's not me.
Discussing this further, I think the question before us is this a priority? I want to hear from the administration about the kind of staffing that this would require, and is this a higher priority than maybe some other things? I totally support your intent here, and I think your research is unbelievable. And I think it's going on here, and we're not collecting taxes, and we don't have a handle.
And it's an
on
equity issue. It's an equity issue. I want to
Absolutely. I mean, I think all of those things are part of the conversation or discussion. And it would probably be smart to address that and, use what other communities like Burlington maybe have put their heads together and what they have come up with, and think about what could work here. But I think at this point, Megan, the conversation is this a high priority before we continue to, debate the facts tonight?
Yeah.
So
Taking full priority and moving everything else that we're working on right now and focusing on this right now. I just see much more merit in just factoring it into the availability on the year planning, that great list you have there, and having staff tell us when you can commit some time to it, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. And thank you for doing all the research. That is, to me, the question tonight is, this is a new idea that's not on our plan. So before we spend a whole lot of staff time, I wanted to understand the priority of the full council. We will, of course, work on whatever three of you tell us to work on. That is our jobs. I think some of the things to think about as you're valuing this as a priority over other priorities are, this is going to be pretty heavy on legal research for a little while, pretty heavy on implementation research for a little while, and then there is a question mark in my mind about regional solutions versus municipal solutions, and do we want to work with our partners? Paul and I both had conversations with the city of Burlington today when they saw this on our agenda, saying, would it be better if we were doing this together than separately? We're negotiating 3 collective bargaining agreements trying to wrap those up in the next 3 months. We're trying to move forward a bunch of permitting, write a climate action plan, deal with ARPA funding, write an RFP for the use of ARPA money for affordable housing. We have no staff. You're kind of looking at the staff between Paul and I who are dedicated to housing in South Burlington, period. So to me, if you would like us to drop one of those things or reduce one of those things, we could put off, for example, the affordable housing RFP until June or July and work on this right now, because that would be my time.
And what is the affordable housing RFP?
That's the RFP to put out on the street about how we're going to award the $1 million of ARPA money to incentivize housing development.
I still don't know what that.
So the council has said you want to use $1 million of local ARPA money to incentivize affordable housing development.
Right.
And so I'm working with the Affordable Housing Committee on crafting community value statements that would go into an RFP that we would release to the development community to say, give us your best ideas about how to spend this money. And that, that's a finite project for a couple of weeks or months to do that work. I think if we were looking at putting this onto the policies and strategies conversation in May or June to pick up, as Councillor Chinden said, in July and August, hopefully we'd have negotiated collective bargaining agreements at that point. Hopefully we'd have RFPs out on the street and developers working on them. We might be able to have some conversations with our regional partners about learning from others and what they have done and what's worked or not. I guess that would be my request, but that's just looking at the kind of runway of work we have to do. If you say that this is more of a priority than other things, that's your community policy decision. I will say one thing about the taxation question, about the 1% for local options tax. I don't think we can solve that at the local level. I think that is a state requirement to find out who we are collecting it from. I happen to know a lawyer at the tax department, and who we're not, but I don't think there's anything we can put in local regulations that's going to fix that if there's some kind of state sales tax loophole.
No, it's not a loophole. I think it's more just having them be registered. I think it's truly a situation where...
But I don't think the tax department would ever look to South Burlington records about who's registered in order to know who to go and collect taxes from. That's done on their business license end, not on a South Burlington. But again, that's something we'd have to research and find out.
VRBO, if you rent through them, they collect that tax and send it to the state.
Well, this is, I was on
If
Airbnb.
you rent on your own, which we often do, then I have to collect that, and we have to report that on a quarterly basis.
That's because you're honest, or is there some kind of incentive for you to follow that law?
Well, it's the law. They did follow up one year because we were late, so they know it happens. They just don't know how many weeks, let's say, that we've rented. So some of it is honesty, but I don't know. I think lots of people are honest. I don't think the realies are the only ones.
And,
So it's, but I'm just, we don't need to debate that. I think there's ways that we could probably figure that out. I'm also interested in if we develop a program, what the follow-through is. What do we need to, how many people do we need to staff this, making sure that everything is wired properly, that we register, we collect the money. I mean, that doesn't happen.
But they should be doing that. I mean, that's the thing is,
Well, I
because
know
we're
they
not
probably
enforcing
should
it,
be,
doesn't mean that
Megan, but
it's okay.
It may be just that the workload for that would require another person in the tax department. I don't know. I just would need to know that because, people don't like to pass laws that you can't enforce. I mean, look at the arguments we had on the masks.
That's why the affidavit is a really ingenious piece to this, that Denver is...
Right, but someone's got to do it. Someone in city government. I mean, so that's part of the question for me. I think it's, from my personal perspective, I think this is probably something that we should look into in a broader sense. And I would like to have it somewhere on our priority list. I don't know if we need to have it done by June, personally. I mean, I know you feel the urgency and people are really concerned. But some of the urgency is the whole conversation, it seems to me, about housing in our community. And it's more than 120 units that are, if that, are rented this way. That's a piece of it.
But it flips neighborhoods, is what I'm trying to say. When that man came
Yes,
out of his
and-
house and showed me Airbnb,
Right.
it was like it just flipped the neighborhood. And that's what happens. It's a loss of community, and
Yeah,
that
but
is
that might
what a lot
change
of...
if we have something in place that makes it not quite so advantageous for someone to be doing that, to be buying homes for the sole purpose of VRBOing them.
Right.
But, and so I think it's worth looking into, but I don't know as I want to.
And I'm not in favor of working with Burlington. They're a very different animal, and they have a different kind of housing stock. And I think we would have more in common with Colchester or Essex even than Burlington. And just speaking with Councilor Shannon, I just don't want to enter into that complexity of their political scene, to be quite honest. I think
They already have a rental registry and administration, they have staff, they have inspectors.
yeah, so
they
they're
have the
going
whole deal.
to enforce the conditional use permit is what they decided when they couldn't override the mayor's veto.
Well, I just would like to.
I think our ordinance is more enforceable than our conditional use permit. And I think that what we already have on the books, we're derelict in our duties. And I believe that what I'm proposing is more effective than our derelict land development regulations. So I want to make that point.
Well, what's the pleasure of the council? Do you want Jesse to come back with, or what's the priority? She identified a number of things in the short term that they're working on.
July is fine with me. What I like also about the language is that there's a date where things have to be like, what was it? Hold on, I have to wake up my various devices here. Oh, it's 10:30. So it was that, there we go. Existing short-term rental contracts in breach of these provisions must phase out by January 1st, 2023. I got that also from another ordinance, another city's ordinance. So putting some kind of date on it, I think is important too.
So I guess what I would ask the council for what would help me from the council is this something you want to see a product at the council for in June or July, which means we need to start working on it now? Or is this something that you would like to see me be sure we capture as we have our conversations in May and June about what the priorities are for next year as a concept? So those are, to me, those are very different staff efforts.
Yeah.
So that's the direction I'm looking for.
The latter for me.
The former for me.
I'm in the middle, but.
Always
No,
in the middle, Barrett.
I know. I mean, I hate to move. I hear the urgency. I feel like you just can't push this too fast because we're going to make mistakes, right? And it's going to require a lot of work. But what I'm concerned with right away is very simple. Are people violating the law, renting out units that are not electrically up to code? And that's something that Chief Francis can comment on immediately, but he may not have enough staff to do the investigation to find out who's actually doing it, right? But once you send a letterhead that says, you're in violation, man, the people got to sit up and listen because, you can start taking action on that, right? And then they're going to have to hire a contractor and get somebody to drill a bunch of holes and interconnect all the smoke detectors in the
Well, I would think you
house.
send the letter asking them if they're in violation and to prove it.
Well,
but whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I don't know what that, but he did, well, maybe it was the previous.
So I
Yeah.
would come down on, I would like to include this in our conversation for next year's budget.
For
Right?
Next year's budget, is that what you?
So for 2023,
Oh, okay.
so we're pushing it off more than a year?
Priorities.
So we're pushing it off for more than a year?
No, we're pushing it off. The next fiscal year begins in July 1.
Oh, I thought you
So
meant.
the conversation
oh,
is,
Okay.
these are our priorities for FY '23, which is part of '22 and part of '23. And we can have that conversation, and they will have more information potentially with, well, this is maybe the estimate of time and cost and where it fits in all our priorities.
Well, that I agree with.
So I don't
So it's
want
more
to
than a
tell them
concept.
tonight, you start tomorrow, please.
Well, I agree with you. So that's more than a concept, though, what you just described, Helen.
Well,
Because that's what I would want to see in July too, is what you just
well, I don't
described.
think the whole thing, when we go over our priorities, I don't know if every one of them is totally costed out, but there's some sense of staff time, or else how could you have priorities and say we can do all these things,
So,
right? I mean,
so what would be captured in that recommendation from the leadership team about the policies and priorities that you'll be having the conversation about in June is what's the staff time it would take to focus on this effort.
Right.
So not what's the staff time it would take to implement this effort, which could be a budget decision, but what's the staff time it would take to build the ordinance and build the staffing models and build the enforcement
Right.
strategies and build the best practices and all of that. And
right,
we could
and that's important, right?
make a recommendation in the policies and strategies about, okay, this is about the same as this other priority, which one do you want us to work on?
Okay, so is that amenable? And you certainly jump-started a lot of the process with a lot of your research. And for that, it probably will make some of the staff time a little less.
And I think I forwarded the Excel spreadsheet to you, Jesse and Andrew, from
You forwarded her
Counselor
a lot.
Shannon. Counselor Shannon, she sent, I maybe did not, so I will. I can't remember if I did. I'll
Members
send it
and-
again.
Okay.
And it includes some other cities. I'll forward it to, it's in my cover letter, though, the website that has all the different city ordinances that
Okay.
served as models.
Good. Let's move on to 14. We need to convene as a Liquor Control Commission to consider 3 Parkway Diner, Silver Palace, and Walgreens.
I move to convene as the South Burlington Liquor Control Board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move to approve all licenses presented to us tonight.
Second.
Are you ready for that vote? Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Say aye.
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 I move to exit the South Burlington Liquor Control Board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on. 15, going into executive session to consider appointments.
Now, we didn't see John Stern, so I don't know how we can,
Well, we've got 2 other
yes.
committees.
Yeah.
Why last time, Mr. Stern?
He applied, I know he applied for something because I remember his CV and some of his conversations. So I know he didn't get to speak.
We are
So-
coming back, right?
We are coming back into.
Okay. So I move that we council enter into, oh no, we still have another agenda item here, sorry.
No, we don't.
You've got no, that's it. Okay, we're coming back. Okay, so I move that the council enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the evaluation appointment of applicants to the South Burlington City Council and boards, inviting in Andrew Bolduc and Jesse Baker.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And Matt and Tim, we need your signature on the liquor control. Really easy easier for the public to kind of, they organized them under big categories, and it was great, because just reading it, even I, who doesn't know a whole lot about this, I'm just listening for you guys and reporting back. It was really helpful. There were, I think we started out with 13 buildings and thermal actions, and we'll share this with you. Ended up being different colors and sort of three concepts. One being building performance standards / weatherization. Another was electrification of existing infrastructure. And the third was net zero for new infrastructure. Those are headings that the state plan has, but they organized a lot of different recommendations or areas within that context. I think it makes it much easier for the public to respond. So we're going to use that same, they agreed to do that again for the transportation sector, which is 26 recommendations, but many of them you can consolidate into probably 2 or 3 categories. So, you know, we're working on it. We'll get somewhere, I think, hope by May. I'm not sure. Well, I'm hoping that we'll be finished. These were the 2 really big sectors, so it's at the next meeting we should be looking at kind of this reorganization, and that should be helpful. And then this whole education and with the public and us and everyone else about what we might want to do. But as I said, it's an extremely talented committee. They know what they're talking about. I mean, it's really impressive. And they do a lot of work, a lot of homework. Srini is forever. He's become the Ray Gonda for me. You know, he's sending all these great articles that he's found related to these different topics. So it's, we really have the right group of people, I think, working on this. That's my report. Are there any other committee reports?
I have the airport rezoning task
Oh, yeah,
force.
yeah.
We have our next public hearing this Thursday at 7 p.m. I believe that, is it here in this room, Jesse? Gosh, I haven't looked at the place yet. I've just looked at the documents without looking at the place. It's either here or upstairs.
On Thursday?
Yeah, April 7th.
Is, well, it just says City Hall.
Yeah, okay, so it's not just me. And the last meeting, we had one absence. And so we were, hold on, I have to think in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. And of those 6, out of 7, the 1 voted to defer the request, and the 5 voted, including myself, to deny the request. I just want to make sure that the one resident who made sure that I made sure to the public that there was 1 member of the Chamberlain neighborhood in favor of having the rezoning, and with the petition, as it's been reported, he represents 0.4% of the members of the public who are in favor of the rezoning request. As I've stated elsewhere, this is a neighborhood that is really asking us to uphold the comprehensive plan, which shows that the industrial uses of the airport are on the southeast and that the northwest has a more integrated design with the neighborhood. And I do believe, as I've been quoted in the paper saying this, that there is a way to accommodate all of the needed uses in that section of the airport. And hopefully that will occur.
Okay.
We have one other business thing.
Yes.
When you're ready. Avalon, who was on earlier, wanted to know who is doing the next counselor thing for the other paper.
I know.
Counselor Collin.
I haven't focused on that. I'm sorry.
There's been a few other things.
It's actually my turn, but I actually have felt so crappy for the last 4 weeks that that's been the least of my concerns. Is there anyone who would like to?
I would love to, Avalon, but I'm gonna have to decline until for another. I have some obligations over the next 3 weeks that are gonna keep me pretty busy.
Late nights and, yeah, I get it. And probably Tom won't want to.
Let's volunteer Tom. He's got to have something to write about. I mean, he's got 2 jobs.
Well, he can.
He's pretty busy.
Just quickly, for those that care about the service cuts at GMTA, there is a public meeting tomorrow. So for all of you watching this in the morning, later, April 5th at the Robert Miller Community Recreation Center on Goss Street in Burlington, and then on Wednesday at 5:45 p.m. at the GMT facility right there by Burton at Queen City Park Road. There's also, it's all on their webpage and their Facebook. There's also an online way you don't have to actually be there. But yeah, the number 6 bus, if you're every 20 minutes instead of every half an hour, you should say that in a public forum. So.
Okay, so I'll do the next one, but let's sign up for I'll do this month. I'll tell her.
So
I'll email her.
I'm not running for re-election for 3 years, so I can go ahead and write an article.
You sure can.
Okay, good.
Do you want to do, so I will do,
You're announcing your
what are we in?
April.
No, because then it'll be franking.
So
No,
Helen
no.
will do April. Who would like to do May?
I'll do May.
Okay,
I'll do June.
okay. And would you like to do July, and we'll have Tom do August?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, all right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I meant to.
I didn't mean to call you out. I was just.
No, they've been writing me, and it was. Okay, well, I'll send out a email to everyone to remind you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any further business? Yes.
I will not be here 2 weeks from tonight. I will be on vacation
Okay.
Nice,
in the District of Columbia,
nice.
the birthplace of our nation,
What?
The birthplace of our nation.
Oh,
more or less.
that's Philadelphia.
Well, yeah, you're going
I'll be
there.
in Philadelphia this weekend.
Birthplace of a great
Okay.
great field of monuments.
All right, so that just, again,
Yeah.
is your summer plans
That's my
and
first
vacation
absence in
times.
4 years.
Roll around, let me know, so,
Okay.
and Jesse, so we can make sure that we do the issue that you're really interested in the night you're not there, so.
Oh, I'll take electrical inspection off of the 18th agenda.
Ooh, good point.
Okay, so let's adjourn? All in favor?
Bye. Slava Ukraini.
No, thank you. I know it's late. This was a long meeting.
Thank you all online.
But,
Tie score, 7 minutes to go.
Really?
what?
Who's ahead?
Travis, are you good? Thank you.
57, 7 minutes to go.
Who is this?
It is in the auditorium on Thursday.
The what game?
That's the NCAA men.